last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you tonight. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And I see Chi-Chi in the chat. She says, I got my handy dandy magnifying glasses. Thank you so much. I think we have enough for everyone in the chat here. Thank you so much, Chi-Chi. Yes, we need a spreadsheet to figure out a timeline and go over all of the interviews they did and events from day one. I agree with that, Chuchi. I know we were talking about that a little bit over in the Mob Cruise chat, right? Because Chris went live tonight, and he played the phone call, which we have reviewed here, but I did it in pieces, right? And I took some of the audio and enhanced it, but I think he was able to get a more clear audio than I was. I think anyway, when I was listening to it, I was like, okay, I think I can hear more. I couldn't remember everything from that interview. That was one that, you know, the problem is that Chris seems to be on the phone, and then Katie is maybe on speakerphone or something because you can barely hear her, right? So it's like Chris talking and Heather Cohen talking, the two of them, you can hear them pretty well. But then Katie is like distant and she already talks like she doesn't know how to speak up, which we know isn't true, guys, because she's been in the military. If you don't speak up, you learn to speak up. Trust me. That's just how it is. They want confident people fighting for our country. They don't have people that talk like this. No, if you're meek and you then you go into the armed services and you make it through and you serve and everything, you are not anything but meek, unless you have a traumatic experience in there or something. But she's definitely not how she portrays herself. Now, in this phone call, she does go off on Chris a couple of times. One that I can remember off the top of my head was when he was telling her that it's not a school night. A Sunday is not a school night. And she's like, yes, it is. And so I was like, go, Katie, right? Because, we don't often hear that. He takes over the conversation. He says he wasn't there, but yet he's always taking over the conversation. So it was a lot like that. But it's a very valuable interview because they're talking to Heather Cohen, which was the PI back then, and that was when they were supposed to be working together at that time. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like button, you guys. You guys are awesome. GA64, so good to see you. But Chuchi, I'm right along with you, girl. We need a spreadsheet. That's what's hard about writing the letter. I told Bliss Blessings that earlier too. Because she's got like green envelopes. I'm so excited about that. And so, but when I was trying to kind of write one to send out, like even to the president, like a presidential letter, things like that, where it's more professional and concise, I'm finding it hard to figure out what's the most effective way to approach the situation, if that makes sense. Because it's a lot of information and it's a lot of jumbled up crap. And then they put out a bunch of jumbled up crap at the FBI because this letter that I want to write to the FBI, I want it to be a little bit more, I guess, to the point and stern. Because the first time maybe it was too fluffy. Maybe it was a little too smushy the first time. So GA64 says, good evening, Lady Freedom. Good evening, GA64. Mods, chat, and Sebastian's Army. Thank you for being here, GA64. Yeah, so that's some breaking news, Chuchi. So it appears that they have found some remains that they think is possibly Travis Decker, who is, obviously a monster. Like, that guy is so creepy, guys. I did Monster Mash Monday. And this was this is what I came up with, and this is the background that I had. But look at that guy. He is weird, right? But he was at large. I thought they might find him, not with us anymore. And I'm not even trying to show him that respect, but, for the lack of a better way to say it, I didn't think he was going to be found alive if he was, especially at this point, because it's been so long. At first, I was like, yeah, maybe they'll find him, but I think he got a really big head start on them. That's my thing there, is that I believe they got a big head start. So, hey, Elaine, good to see you, GG of 2. And Reynolds, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting the like button, Miss Ann. I'm a proud mama tonight. Oh, this is another comment that I wanted to read. Chuchi says, I'm a proud mama tonight. I look at the app for my son's school to check his grades and he's getting straight A's. That's awesome, Chuchi. Great. Fantastic. And good to see you. Wait, what? The gum chomping, I know. I know. Craddock and the gum chomping. Yeah, he's part of our public uh, court hearing that we're having tonight, night court edition of Lady Freedom, which I thought would be a fun title to do some nights, because it is the court of public opinion, right? When we're talking in this forum and in the chat and things like that. So, hey, Town Chat Cafe. Speaking of chats, and Mom, Panda Bear's mom, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. Aw, I'm glad you're here. And Andrea, good to see you too. Thank you for being here, guys. And couponing is here. Super Sleuth, good to see you. Let's see who else is in the chat. Just saying greetings. Oh, hey, Blessed. We have Blessed in the house tonight. Thank you for being here. Says good evening, Lady Freedom, mods, and fellow chatters. Hey, Linda D. Good to see you. Oh, hey, Seth. He says, I'm hiding. She's going to get to me sooner or later. Right, Seth? Oh, my gosh. We found you. Hey, Ebony. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I also see, thanks for being here, Seth. And Sebastian's Army, he says, thank you, Seth. And we got green hearts in the chat. Couponing, thank you. Well, while Craddock is smacking his gum, I'm munching munchos. Oh, are those the ones that I always pick the sun chips out of there? Town Chat Cafe. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate you all coming in. So yeah, it appears that they found Travis Decker. So I shared something tonight from, give me 1 second here. Our friend Little Red sent it. And she said, oh my gosh, they might have found his remains. And I thought, oh my gosh, really? Now, guys, this guy really creeps me out. When I tell you we did Monster Mash Monday, let me change the background really quick. Oh, Lord, because this guy is a weirdo, right? It still has Chris and Katie, so either way. And then those two other ones, Ola, punch in the face. Let's see. We got, yeah, here we go. There is a link in here. So it's a Yahoo article, and I saw Justin was covering it, and I went in there and was just listening really fast before I came live. Let me go ahead and share this with all of you fine folks. He is so weird, you guys. He gives me like hardcore, like you guys remember the BTK guy? That guy is super creepy to me. Like just a disgusting, horrible, terrible person. Terrible, terrible. Okay, so here is Travis Decker. And bear with me here. No, do not want that. All right. So yeah, this is Thursday, September 18th, right? 2025. So just about 4 minutes ago Eastern time, hit midnight. The Chilean County Sheriff's Office announced that they have found human remains in a remote area that are believed to be Travis Decker. This week, the U.S. Marshal Service Pacific Northwest Violent Offender Task Force, wow, headed up a search including Chilean, or I think they say Chilean, sorry guys, Chilean County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, U.S. Border Patrol, U.S. Forest Service, Spokane County Sheriff's Offices, and the FBI. Wow. During that search, human remains were found in a remote wooded area south of Leavenworth. Okay. So very, very interesting right there. And there he is. He's been at large. I wonder if I can make this bigger. No, I can't. Dang it. Chilean County Sheriff Mike Morrison, right? Woo woo. We love Mike Morrison. Guys, he was like, I'm going to find him. Remember when we were watching and I was reading, I think, some articles about that. And then we also watched him in the news clip. Like, hello, the chat went wild because he was like, all it takes is one mistake. And look, all it took was one mistake. You know what? And I mean, obviously that mistake was he's not as well trained as he thought. Obviously, people were speculating that he had like caches around and that he had supplies, but he must not have gotten to those. So the Chelan County Sheriff Mike Morrison told Kiro, I guess, 7, that the remains were found on Grindstone Mountain off Icicle Road. Uh, this is a few miles away from where the bodies of Decker's 3 daughters were found. Okay, so I wonder if he went a few miles in and took his own life or something. Crews had been dropped in via a Spokane helicopter due to the rough terrain. Drones and cadaver dogs helped locate the remains. Wow, good job, dogs. And while the remains will need to be positively identified, preliminary findings suggest that the remains belong to Decker, the sheriff's office said. So, Morrison told the news outlet that some items found near the remains, like clothing, were similar to what Decker was wearing when he left. Oh, boom, there we go. That's a good indicator. I'm imagining they could test the clothing. Crews also found personal items, but did not specify what those were. Great. Well, I bet you they probably have a pretty good idea if they're willing to put out a press release like this. This is a developing story. So law enforcement says Decker kidnapped and killed his 3 little daughters, Peyton 9, Evelyn 8, and Olivia 5, on May 30th during a scheduled custody visit. Disgusting. Oh boy. He had been wanted locally and federally ever since. On June 2nd, Decker's truck was found unoccupied near the Rock Island campgrounds. The bodies of the girls were found nearby. During the search for Decker, law enforcement warned that he had military survival training and was likely in remote areas. Several areas in the Okan, oh gosh, here we go. Okanong, right? Wenatchee National Forest were closed as crews sourced the terrain for Decker. Scoured rather the terrain for Decker. So they were scouring the terrain for Decker. And again, guys, it does say that he was found a few miles away from where the girls were found. So, and that they found clothing. So there's that. What may have happened? It says in an exclusive interview in June, the girl's mother, Whitney Decker, said there has never been any problems with visitations with Travis in the past. This is where I'm sorry, but Whitney's not being truthful in this statement, right? Okay, and that's I'm not trying to attack Whitney at all. She's a very strong woman. My heart goes out to her. I'm just saying that there were problems. He didn't have a place for the kids, right? So that's a problem. I mean, it's not, that's not saying he's a bad father. It's just saying that there's not an adequate spot for the kids. Hasty Taylor, especially little girls, especially like as we get older, we don't like to be out in the wilderness with our dad. I don't know. I mean, that sounds kind of mean, but it's true. I mean, some little girls still like it, but I'm willing to bet those little girls weren't enjoying it, And then I also heard there were some issues where he was staying over at the armory with the girls, and there was some kind of workout equipment, and one of them smashed their finger. And it was because he wasn't being, they weren't being supervised properly. Also, there's transient people that obviously tend to be staying there because some veterans have issues and things like that. Again, I'm not saying they're dangerous just because of that. I'm just saying it's probably not the best environment for 3 little girls. So very sad, Linda. It's very sad. C. Taylor says yes, and her attorney had some filings about the housing. Yeah, C. Taylor, and that's why I can't just say like, there were no warning signs because I know she was trying to stick up for, his mental health and everything. And we definitely talked about it here too. It's real, I mean, definitely. And I don't ever want to, discount that or say it's somebody's a bad person because of it. Hey, Doodle Mom, good to see you. Holly S., good to see you. Holly S. says, I said early on that I have a feeling that the girls probably told him that they did not want to be out there camping, anymore, and it pissed him off. Yeah, because, I think that they were probably not enjoying it either, Holly S. I think it was something that he probably enjoyed a little bit more than they did, and they probably enjoyed it a little bit more when they were littler and didn't notice, couldn't tell the difference, right? You know, it would not shock me if it turns out that he was abusive towards everyone. Yeah, I mean, and it might take her a little bit longer to come to terms with that too, you know. Um, I would just wanna find him myself. I'll just say that. Christy Smith says, "Hello, everyone." Hey, Christy Smith, thanks for being here. Aw, yeah, I know. You must be so proud, Chi. That is so great. Um, so guys, yeah, it's what happened to the little girls here was, I mean, this guy's a bone he's just a monster. He's a total monster. The older kids had 2 bags over their little heads. It was absolutely horrific. We did a whole episode on it, and he is just, like, terrifying, in my opinion, this man, and then to have done that to his little girls. C. Taylor says, "Of course, she'd never expect anything like what he did, but there was some certain, uh, some concerns about housing and being around other males in a shelter." Yes, that's exactly it too, C. Taylor. That was the issue that I heard. And then also when I watched the court hearing where he was explaining to the judge, like, don't hold it against me because I don't have like a place and everything, I could see having a heart for somebody, and the judge even said it was inadequate, them going to the campsites and camping, out like that, and not having like a stable apartment or, whatever, townhouse or something to go to. Yeah, mental health is everything, Cinderella. Good to see you. I agree. You know, and I think that there was definitely mental health issues, and there are um not the best solutions, when it comes to vets. It's not right. But I also think this was a terrible, terrible thing, and I can't feel sorry for that guy. Hello, little Miss Sharon. Good to see you. What a sick world we live in. Can we go back to the 80s and 90s? Right. Well, Christy, I wonder if it's like something where we like hear about it more often because we have the internet is more widely used, I wonder if it's like, getting worse or if it was always this bad, you know, which you would think we would try to look for the warning signs. I mean, I did a live earlier about that. Just looking at all of the patterns in terms of what we are seeing in true crime, like even as of lately within the last 4 years, we just did a comparison on another case from 4 years ago. So, it's definitely out there. So, let's see. We do have Whitney kind of, at the beginning sticking up I remember the lawyer too. So now it says, according to documents filed for custodial interference, Whitney and Travis were married for 7 years, but for had been divorced, excuse me, for several years. I can't read today. She said the divorce was civil, right? Um, she told investigators that they had a parenting plan in place by the courts for the divorce. And when Travis lost his housing, those plans changed to accommodate that. She also denied any domestic violence incidents in their marriage, but said that he would have moments where he tried to exert power over her. Toward the end of the marriage, he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and Whitney did not believe he was on any medications for that, court filing said. Travis was supposed to seek mental health treatment and anger management counseling under the parenting plan, but never did, court filing said. Right? So, um, guys, I just have to say that when I read a paragraph, let's make sure. When I read about the marriage, this whole right here, what may have happened, right? This all is to me, I see absolute mental illness, absolute domestic violence, the whole 9 yards. Everything right there is like why they're not married anymore. She can say it was for exerting power over her, but that is absolutely a telltale sign of it, right? Making excuses for him, right? Because she loves him, you know? That's the father of her 3 kids. So, that is absolutely sad. But thank you, a special thank you to, let's see. I want to make sure I get his name right, but it's Matt Morrison, I'm almost positive, um, who is on this case, right? And he's like, we're going to find him. So, way to go. This guy's got to feel really good about himself. Where is the evidence that we know or why we think it's him? Preliminary findings suggest that the remains belong to Decker. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I just want to get that part. Scoured the train. I wanted to see. I think it was just the clothes, mainly the clothes. Oh, found personal items, but did not specify. Okay, right. There was clothing. There we go. Similar to what Decker was wearing when he left. So, fantastic. And I mean, if he was wearing, I wonder what other personal items. I wonder if he just camped out close to where the girls were. I wonder. But I think they did scour the area even before that, right? So very interesting, and I'm hoping it is him. And good to see little Miss Sharon and Shadow. Thank you so much for hitting the like button, guys. We have, in my opinion, she still loves him, but she might also could feel some shame inside as well of how he started to be, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree, Chuchi. And obviously when people aren't with us anymore, you don't want to say the worst things about them either. Oh gosh, guys, I'm sorry. I did not mean to be this big. My goodness. Woof. All right, hold on. I'll change this over anyway. But yeah, you don't it is embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and she lost her little babies, and I bet, I guess I would probably just want to rage out and quiet with that because I would just want to find him, and I'm glad they did if it is in fact him. But it says, they found the clothing and then other items that lead them to believe, and then only a few miles away from where everything happened. So, and when we went over that, um, there was definite evidence that he was the one, in fact, that did all of this, right? That was confirmed also. C. Taylor says if diagnosis is correct, borderline personality disorder is a mental illness characterized by intense and unstable moods, impulsive behaviors, fear of abandonment, and inconsistent self-images. Yeah. And I can see that with the way that his image would change. Like in the pictures, he's a person that I was worried if he was out there, people wouldn't spot him. Here, let me go ahead and add this again, because there's pictures up here. But like in all the pictures, see Taylor, he looks so different. I wish is this the button that I could do to make it bigger? No, that's on the other one. It's doing another search. All right. Let me just do this. Oh. But it's just so weird. You guys tell me what you think, but like all of the pictures that I've seen of him look so different. I'm trying to see the comparisons. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, guys. I could just share this one. All right, I'll just share this whole page with you guys. You can tell me what you think, because it's definitely, and this is just Yahoo Images. It definitely looks like he looks so different in all of these pictures. It's weird to me. Like even this one, like look at him here, and then even look at him right here. Like his hair is different in all of the photos. He wears it long, he wears it short, he wears it this, he wears it that, Very interesting. He is such a psycho monster. But even in these pictures that they were giving out to people, like this is him, this is him. I mean, totally different. And then especially when he's more clean shaven and clean cut. And then look at this one, is completely different, right? Oh, I was sharing that one for his tattoos. Hey, Magic Star. Yeah, I think this was very preventable. This was absolutely preventable. Well, he was also looking for help. I tend to think that he probably did have borderline personality disorder, but I'm thinking he had other disorders that may have been maybe masked or something. I don't know how he was diagnosed, if it was through the VA or when. But he did say a lot of it was combat related or because he was serving. So Holly S says, I'm interested to find out if he ended his own life or an animal got him. I'm interested to know the same thing. I just cannot feel sorry for this guy, like I do feel sorry for the girls though. C. Taylor says it's heartbreaking. I know. And the girls are they were just so adorable. And that's who we should really be worrying about too is, well, I'll just say Decker. Ooh, I could type today. I mean, they're just adorable. This is a really cute cutie picture of them. Here's them with their mom. I mean, it's absolutely sad when mental illness takes over. Mm. BPD is hard and fight. Exactly, Panda Bear's mom. And that's the thing. I mean, people need to know that they're loved and cared for and everything like that. They do. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I think he also I remember hearing that also. C. Taylor, PTSD possibly from his military service too, not an excuse, just trying to learn about prevention in the future. I agree with that too. And you know, we've talked about it here too, like with PTSD, combat PTSD are a little bit different because I believe that he did have that from serving. I do, because I thought that was mentioned. Maybe it was by the lawyer. But no, not Chris. This other jerk. What's his name? Travis Decker. No, Elisa. He was like he was in rescue, wasn't he? Like he said that he helped a bunch of people in the tsunami, and I mean I don't know how true that is. But I will say that he was more of like like repairs and stuff from what I've looked at. And then also would go on, search and rescue too. I mean, I did hear that on a podcast he was on. Yeah, PTSD needs better support, and it's also about, putting in the effort too. We talked about that earlier today. It's only as good as people that, that'll put the effort into it too. So, like the judge told him, to please get an adequate spot for these babies to be, like look at these little princesses. Like they didn't want to be out in the woods, guys. I mean, come on. He should have had an apartment for these little ones. And I will say that they need better services for vets. I do agree with that 100%. Oh, Elisa P says he wasn't in actual combat in Afghanistan. Yeah, and see, and I heard that he failed the ranger training. Yeah. See, I was under the impression at first that he might be like a badass that we're dealing with, right? That's very trained, has caches all over. He premeditated it. He might have, gone here, gone there. But then the more that was coming out about it, I was like, they might just find his remains out there. And that's what I was thinking they were looking for. And especially like they had found some bones and, I think they were just, looking for him out there. But I guess he was only a few miles away from where he left these poor, beautiful little girls, you know. Yeah, it's not completely confirmed, but, and good to see you too, Bo. Oh yeah, I think he's definitely little Miss Sharon says CP definitely has some kind of disorder in my opinion. Yeah, I think he does have narcissistic personality disorder. I do. I really, really do. Full blown, right, Elisa P? Full blown narcissist. Like it's like malignant. Yeah, bad, bad. And little yeah, Napoleon. Definitely a Napoleon and an Oedipus complex. He's a Freudian dream. Chris Proudfoot. That one is. Oh gosh. They're so beautiful, right? Oh my god, Magic Star. Like seriously, what he did to those babies. I see I I think I would probably be in trouble for some of the, horrible thoughts I have about, this person. Hey, Connie B, thank you for being here. So I'm just like, ooh, malignant. And then I wonder about, Travis Decker too, having a bit of narcissistic because tendencies because again, he's very full of himself. But he's just one that would change his appearance very often, and I don't know. There were a couple of photos where I was like, and I can't even find him now, or I don't see him here, um, where he really looked like very full of himself. And I think Whitney loved him very much. I think she adored him and her family. It's so sad. Like my heart goes out to her. She's an incredibly strong woman. This is her speaking for her girls, right? So, and a beautiful woman, it's very sad because she deserved much, much better. And so did her beautiful young daughters. And, just, such a tragedy. Oh, really? Holly S says, things have changed, but where I worked, doctors did not typically take to borderline patients. Yeah, and see, I don't understand why. Because there's gotta be therapies for people to work through that kind of thing. Like, because I know it is big on, like, abandonment. There were a couple of celebrities that came out as being diagnosed with BPD. Um, Pete Davidson was one of them. Um, you know, so I don't, and I don't know much about his story, but I know he's been in, mental health, to get help, hospitals to get help and things like that. He doesn't look like the same guy. Like he let himself go star and it's weird just I don't know. I was like, wow, it's gonna be really hard to find this guy because he just looks so different in all of these pictures. Like it's weird. I'm usually pretty good at identifying people like through their facial features and stuff. And him, I was like, wow, this is gonna be tough. So that's why I started focusing on his tattoos. Because he has like or he had, hopefully they got him, but he had these, um, I think you can see, yeah, you can see him in this one pretty good, like just the lines, right? And that's kind of strange. I don't see that very often. I don't know if that means something or if it's symbolic of something or a group or whatever, but I hadn't seen those that kind of just two black lines like that before. So I was like, that's pretty identifiable. The great big tattoo on his forearm again. Uh, yeah, good point. Elisa P says that changing his appearance all the time shows he was extremely out of control emotionally. Right. I agree with that. Usually we do see people changing their outward appearance because, because of stressful times, right? I agree with that. And also if he was having like I don't know, not an identity crisis, but part of his disorder was causing that. Um, you know, he wasn't comfortable in his own skin or didn't like what he saw in the mirror, so he might have been changing it all the time. Elisa P says, when people constantly change their appearance, they're not level headed and balanced. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Really well said. And, yeah, I was just thinking to myself and plus he's got, like, curly hair, and then I was like, he can straighten it or but then it looks really, really straight in this picture. Like, so weird. I don't know if he, like, blow dried it. I'm like, how did he have access to stuff? But, aw. Oh, man. Yeah, unhappy with himself, yeah. Dysphoria, some type of a dysphoria, magic star, true. That could be something to contribute to it. Oh, see, Taylor, I know. Oh my gosh. Just hearing her speak at the memorial for her beautiful babies, what a strong woman who really knew and loved her little girls. Oh my gosh, I know the stories that she told about the big things in their day. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And, she was trying to hold it all together. I don't fault her at all. I just hope that she ends up, the happiest that she can be on this planet until she can be back with her girls again. Um, because it's so awful. Awful what he did. It's awful. It's just awful all around. Yeah, and well, that's a lot of what it is to Panda Bear's mom. I took DBT therapy for BPD, and I was in it until I got all my skills down. I graduated from the class. Well, and that's a lot of what it is. I mean, it's just like PTSD. Once you have it, a lot of times, unless it's something mild, or you may be experiencing it from like a sudden event, um but if it's like prolonged abuse and like CPTSD is harder, but it's something that I go through in my whole and I'll deal with it my whole life. But there's nothing wrong with it, and I think that the stigma that's attached to any type of mental illness um can be very debilitating. And I also think that many times people are afraid to reach out for help, and then sometimes people, you know, are just kind of embarrassed by it, which they shouldn't be. It's nothing to be embarrassed by, and the quicker that you can get it kind of under control, the better off you'll be, and how you'll feel better, your relationships will be better. Yeah, he brutally took their lives, those precious little girls. I mean, he is a literal monster. Like, this guy is a literal friggin' monster. Like, no excuses whatsoever. I don't care what his childhood was. I don't care. Mm-mm. No, nope, nope, nope. And to do that to his own, children, it's so scary. And the thing, what sucks about if it is him out there is that we're never going to know really like what provoked him to do it, except for I will say that I think it's very telling to watch when he speaks to the judge about getting the girls, because as soon as he got them alone, he did this to them. And I think that's something that maybe we should study to kind of figure it out, right? But I hope that when Whitney's ready, and I know that she's strong enough, I hope she comes out and speaks up against any warning signs that she saw from him. And I hope that she goes to speak to veterans about it, right? I do. And I hope she goes and speaks with other women about her experience, because there were absolute warning signs in this, in my opinion. It could have been prevented. And I think the first step would have been not to hand the girls over to him, even though, I hate to say that about, you know, a dad, with his kids. I don't like to say that with a mom with their kids, but I don't know. One thing I don't understand is that apparently the judge said that the living conditions weren't okay, and then somehow he still ended up visiting with them in the woods, even though the judge was like, no, no, that's not okay. So I guess he only had them for like a few hours, and wasn't supposed to have them overnight, but still. Yeah, and that's the thing, Chuchi, and I think that childhood trauma plays a huge role in a lot of these like disorders and things like that. And then especially if you're in a traumatic situation, like I said, for a longer period of time, you build up defense mechanisms in order to survive. And a lot of that too, like when you do fear that you're going to, lose people because you've lost them before, right? That is rational. That is absolutely rational, right? And understandable. So that's why it's always good to recognize the issue and then go and speak with somebody about it, right? And it's really sad that I hear that a medical professional wouldn't want to talk to somebody or deal with a certain issue, right? That's so weird. Yeah, Chris Watts CP, right? Oh gosh, and the monsters that we reviewed with little James Hutchinson. I mean, it's just terrible. Christy Smith says, "Did y'all see the case, Crystal Rogers?" Yes, daughter wrote the letter to Brooks. I was in tears. Yeah. Yes, I did follow that case, and I was so glad when they finally got Brooks. We talked about that earlier. I think Holly S. was talking about how Brooks Houck really walked around, all high and mighty for 10 years, thinking he got away with everything and real cocky, and, they finally got him. Yeah. And Crystal Rogers was a beautiful young lady, just did not deserve. Oh, Josh Powell's another one, Elisa P. Big time. Big time. That story was so awful. So awful. And his dad was a disgusting creep. Elisa says, the video footage of Decker in the days prior and on the day of, you can just tell he was as high as a level of anxiousness. He acts extremely nervous. I think he was in psychosis. Yeah, that's a good point. He was definitely acting, and I think you're probably talking about the video where he wasn't an offender bender, was he? Or for some reason the police were called out. Thank you. DBT is dialectical behavior therapy. Thank you, Chi-Chi. I hope I said that right. And that's the thing. Oh, hey, Adam Forever 21. Hola. um, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And there's a lot of different therapies out there, and some of them work and some of them don't. It's just a matter of trying them out, like, honestly. And then sometimes there's other remedies, too, like just relaxation, breathing techniques, a lot of different things. Exercise is always good. He had 2 different car wrecks, not even 2 weeks. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I call it the fender bender. I didn't know if it was, like, pretty bad or what. Yeah, so Elisa P says he had 2 different car wrecks, not even 2 weeks before he did this. Yeah, see, erratic behavior is a big one, right? Erratic behavior. Starts, Elisa says, "Yes, Lady Freedom, he definitely had a plan, in my opinion." I think so too, because the minute that he got the girls, the minute that he got them, he just went off and did that, like a psychopath, right? Hey, Barb, a total psychopath. Adam Forever 21 says, "God, I couldn't imagine losing 3. You'd have to put me under for good. Horrible, poor." I know, just poor mother. I know, I know. And like I said, she is just so strong for getting up there and talking and, being with other mothers. And yeah, I just hope that she has, all of the support. And if she wants to be an advocate, I hope she does, because she could really teach people, about the warning signs, I think. When she's ready, I know it. I can't even imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Well said. It does take a lot of work and determination, and also, um, understanding that it's okay to, talk to somebody. I think a lot of times people are afraid to do that too, which is it's a good thing. If you need to do, definitely do it. Um, and I don't know if he just wasn't getting that. She said he wasn't getting adequate help. Um, and I've actually seen that firsthand with people who have served and things like that. Um, Yeah, and it is, it's all about surviving, and and it made you stronger, Panda Bear's mom, and I appreciate you sharing your experience too. You know, I don't know how anybody could get through that. Your faith in God would have to be very strong. I just don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Um, ugh, yeah, I would just be a wreck. Yeah, well, and that's it too. The defense mechanisms, you're right, Star. That's a big part of it too. But once you can recognize them, it's a good thing to be able to, start moving forward on figuring out what to do, like what therapies there are, or even medications. But I know, it was said that he wasn't taking any medications. Yeah. Yeah, Holly, yes. In my opinion, the person who has BPD is very uncomfortable and happy, or excuse me, and unhappy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And especially if you're just white knuckling it and you're not getting the help that you need, or maybe you don't even know that you need help? Yeah, absolutely, Panda Bear's mom. You should be really proud of yourself. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is so weird. Holly S says there was definitely a stigma where I worked and I really never figured out why. I know, I don't understand that either. Um, and it's just sad to think about that. I mean, it's one thing for the public, but for doctors and professionals. Christy Smith says, I think Crystal knew about them shooting the cops, so they had to get rid of her. And yeah, I gotcha. Because she was gonna tell. Oh my gosh. I thought a little bit about that too. She might have known something, but he was a real shit, that Brooks Hauk. Oh boy. Oh boy, was he ever. See, Taylor says Decker had a couple of vehicle accidents and had insurance dropped, if my memory is correct. That's what I was thinking. I knew it was something with the fender. I don't think I saw the other. I didn't know there was two. I only saw the one incident. Yeah. Yeah, and that's this I mean, you can only do the best that you can do, and it takes time. Chuchi, it does. It just takes time. It's like with anything else, and people do want like a quick fix for things. And oh, Holly S, his dad like super successful? Was he a Green Beret? Is that what I was reading? I think Holly S says I checked out the family and their Facebooks, and it looks like many of them were successful in the military. So I'm sure he felt inferiority complex. I can see that. Yeah, absolutely. And then if he wasn't able to like make the grade or pass um, whatever training, you know. Oh, Subway one, run, little Miss Sharon. I was on a pizza run the other night. Well, I wasn't really on a pizza run, I was waiting for a pizza to be delivered. Magic Star says, "I really get the feeling that he sensed his life was falling apart around him, and he snapped, not instantly, though." Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Um, I see what you're saying, like he just, like, decided, right? He was gonna do something bad. I could see that where he was feeling like everything was falling apart, Star, definitely. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I know, and it's pure evil. Like, I cannot imagine what he did to these girls. I don't even want to. When we were talking about it that day, it made me so sick when I heard about him being found. I was like, I was so glad, but I also got sick in my stomach. It made me sick just thinking about him again. You know, he's one of the killers that really has gotten to me. This guy, especially once we figured out what was in the autopsies and how the girls were actually found and what he actually did to them. Um, I mean, barf bag engaged, like beyond a trigger warning, like, yeah. Holly S says, agree. I can't feel sympathy on a scale of 1 to 5. I feel maybe less than a half a point for him. Right? Holly. This way she is, she can do the TED Talks. Yeah, exactly. She could do the TED Talks. Yeah. Yeah, and just go around and talk, even to the younger veterans, like, "Hey, if you're having feelings like you might hurt yourself or your family, like, get some help." And they need better services, guys, you know? Well, and family can really be upsetting too, sometimes. Sometimes they don't know how to help, you know? Yeah, this one's arrangement is ridiculous, I'm sorry. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. I mean, if he could afford to kind of stay on the campgrounds, wouldn't he be able to afford an apartment cheaper than that? I mean, because I think he was talking about maybe even getting an RV, and the judge wasn't happy with that arrangement either. Or even when he was taking them to the hotels, he really didn't like that either. He said they need to have a stable like environment. Which God love him, guys, because I might have felt bad for the guy and been like, you know, that's why I'm not a judge. Because I might have felt bad and thought, yeah, I don't want to keep him away from his kids. Good Lord, what a pushover. But like, oh my gosh, because I would feel for him. I'd be like, he's a veteran, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, what a monster. Yeah, they really should have waited until he was more stable. I agree. Um, Chi says, in my opinion, when I lived in West Palm, the doctor there did really help with the mental health. They help more with addiction now, and I live in New Hampshire, and they help with mental illness, less for addiction. Oh, okay. Yeah, and see, I think it's just like maybe even they're overwhelmed. Thanks for sharing that too, Chuchi, because it puts it in perspective. I agree with this 2-star, and a lot of guys won't get the help, right? And I mean, I wasn't trying to single them out, but I understand that. Like, I was absolutely thinking that when I was talking about the stigma, and that's kind of where I stopped myself. But since you bring it up, mental health care for men is sorely lacking, and in a big part because men see getting help as a weakness. Yeah, well said. And I agree with that. And I know I'm not a guy, and I always say, well, I'm not a guy, which I'm not. So I'm like, but I agree with you, Magic Star, you know, because they think like, oh, I'm less of a man if I go to talk to somebody. But I just point them to Tony Soprano. He had a shrink. Ann Reynolds says, I was proud of him because he went to get help. He asked us to take him to get help. Oh, Josh did. Yeah. And that is something to be proud of. That is something to very much be proud of. I agree because it's not easy to like admit, that you need help. I mean, nobody really does like to admit that. Um, it is going backwards. It is ass backwards in this country. Mental health is. Yeah, Holly S. I agree. It is heartbreaking. Well, and we see that many of these, like many issues that we see every day are attributed to some form of mental illness, in my opinion, right? Whether it's people shooting other people, whether it's kids going to the school and shooting up places, because these people are getting these crazy, ideations, and they're just like, oh, I'm going to go, take out my anger over here, you know? Oh, I mean, they didn't really help in West Palm, but they do in New Hampshire. Well, that's good, Chuchi. That's good. Yeah, and they need to get better services in West Palm. It sounds like I said, I'm not as familiar um with the Fort Myers area um in terms of like what services they have. Hopefully I won't become, familiarized with it either. But I'm hoping they do have good programs and stuff for women and children. They don't have medications that cure BPD. That's a disorder where people have to stay in therapy all the time, and we had a wide receiver on the Denver Broncos who had BPD, and he spoke about this. Oh, okay, Elisa P, thank you. I knew that there was a lot of different celebrities coming out talking about it. Um, I think I saw Pete Davidson. I think he was on the Breakfast Club or something. And he was talking about it, is how I remember that one. But I do remember other people coming out. And I think that's a big, you know, help when other people come out, and especially guys and things like that. Um, yeah. Holly S says, I've also seen people on the verge of unalive be turned down for a hospital bed because of insurance issues. Yes. But I've seen people with good insurance be kept longer than they really needed to be. Yes, absolutely, Holly S. That is such a good point. And, you know, don't even get me started like oh my gosh, the pharmaceutical companies. If you have insurance, a Band-Aid costs you, $20. Oh, yeah. Well, and I think a lot of people, especially young people, struggle to stay on track. I think people who come back from, even maybe a deployment, I don't know what he witnessed or what he has been through when he was deployed, or how long, or if it's exaggerated, or maybe the mental health um, was already there, and it was maybe exacerbated or blamed, on the military, and it wasn't. Um, but either way, we do have to do better. Yeah, okay, he said he had to stay in therapy always or he would go off track. Okay, I got it, Elisa P. Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying. And, I think that's so important, and especially if you know that for yourself, that's such a good, like, that's one thing that's hard with some of the mental illness, is that there isn't the self-awareness there. Especially like with narcissistic personality disorder, that's one where I could see somebody maybe throwing in the towel, because I mean, a lot of times those people refuse to get help. But in the same way, if you're a medical professional, I don't see how you could, based on the Hippocratic oath that you take. Yeah, it reminds me so much of CP's case. Yeah, yeah. I've worked on convincing one guy that the real weakness is refusing to seek help when it's needed. Yeah, absolutely. And that's really well said. And there's nothing wrong with it. Brooks had a funky, controlling Cruella type mom as well, for sure. For sure, Holly S. Oh yeah. Definitely a flying monkey mama, like, "Oh, I'll do anything for you and I'll be delighted," makes her day. Decker's dad told LE he might have or excuse me, caches hidden in the woods for several because of his training, right? I remember his dad coming out and saying that, you know. Oh, sorry, Lisa. Okay, it says photos of Decker when he was active military show a person who was trying to convey a confidence he did not actually have, in my opinion. I feel that, yeah, from the pictures. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that like button. Yeah, he may have just thought he was an enemy in an episode. Yeah, that's true. He could have had some sort of a break. You know, I am a bit surprised that he didn't make it farther than he did. I'm really surprised. I'm interested to hear the story. Hey, Kiki, thanks for being here. We're just talking Travis Decker. Yeah, if it's the same clothing that he had when he picked up the girls, Elisa P, that's a big indicator that, like, maybe he was a little bit more ill prepared. Maybe he thought he thought it out well, and like, oh my gosh, I hate to say this, but if you're taking the life of 3 little girls like that, your own kids, I would think it would take a lot out of you physically, mentally, all of that, you know? There's not enough resources for mental health. Not at all, Kiki, I agree. Oh, that's a good point too. Holly S says, I think she dug into his financials and told her mom she was going to expose it all because he was doing something sketchy. Yeah, yeah. He was definitely, and then wasn't like, oh gosh, I think his brother was, I mean, he had, his family was pretty, yeah, very reminiscent of CP. Very much so. But I bet you're right. She was gonna, she was gonna tell. Mom's job is never done. I know. Is that a little sandwich? See, Taylor. That's funny. Oh, really? In Punta Gorda? That's not far from here, is and they didn't help either. Man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh. And it does take a lot of money too. I always appreciate the places that'll do like a sliding scale with somebody, so at least you can try and, get in. I've done like the telehealth stuff too, and that stuff is pretty good. But again, it's also a lot out of pocket. That's a big thing with money. I'm also happy to see a lot of good like professionals that have YouTube pages, like Dr. Ramani, she is great. So in order for people to be able to kind of understand some of the different aspects of therapy, but also it's kind of it's free to but I mean also if you don't understand and it's like you're severely mentally ill, that's not going to help. I mean honestly, just to be honest, which is, yeah. Kiki says that yes, and the pharmacy companies, in my opinion, profit a lot from a doctor who easily hands out meds, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, they're in cahoots. They are in cahoots. Yeah, and some people need meds, right? And don't get them, but some don't. Right. And then also some of those medications, like I talked a lot about it when I talked about the case with Timothy Pitson and his mother, Amy, because she was showing major signs of mental illness, and her husband was telling her, like, you're not taking Timothy, like, you can leave, but you're not taking Timothy. And a lot of times I would look at that like maybe, oh my gosh, he's being abusive towards her. He's trying to take her baby, he's trying to take her son. But in that case, Amy was in no condition to have Timothy by herself. And, she proved that because he's never been found either. And that was a case out of Naperville, Illinois, right up where I'm from. And I mean, very, very, very terrible case. Again, he was not found, and his father had every right to protect him from his mother because she was taking a bunch of different medications, and then she was feeling better, so she stopped taking them. And that's also a battle, and the side effects of some of the medications too can be pretty scary and mess with your brain, in my opinion. The battle is the correct medication. It's trial and error. Thank you, Adam Forever 21. That's another thing that another thought that came to my mind too just now, was about, how you have to be on them for a certain period of time, and you do have to try different ones and combinations of other ones, and it can be a lot. It could be a lot. I think there was some conflict with Travis and his brother or his dad, and they said that they were not going to help anymore, so I think he had been spiraling. Oh, I see. Thank you, Holly S, for sharing that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Very interesting. And that makes sense. Oh, good night, Lori. I hope you have a good call with your daughter. Thank you for being here, and thank you for watching the replay. Yeah, because we're still going to talk a little bit about the Sebastian Rogers case as well. Just a few things. I'll pull this down for just now. Whoa, there we go. Oh, where's the? Okay, there we go. I was like, where's that other layout I chose? Okay. Yeah, mama was the enabler. Yes, yes. Like CP's mom. Yep. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. See, Adam Forever 21, I don't know if he unalived himself out there. Like he was only found a few miles away from the girls. So I don't know if I'm guessing that's what happened. Like, if he just walked out a couple miles and then just, did something. They said they found other items near the clothing and the remains, but they're still, further investigating. So, very well could have. Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Yeah, they haven't said. Yeah, and that's a good place to call is the National Crisis Line. The crisis lines for, if you're feeling like hurting yourself or others, the domestic violence hotline. There's so many great hotlines out there to call, to get help. Yeah, yeah, and that is how it feels sometimes. Chi is like a guinea pig. I agree. Yeah. Hey, Meow, good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button, number 49. Thank you. Yeah, it is so sad. It's sad because if people are really trying. Yeah, skeletal remains less than a mile from where the girls were found in his truck, right? So, clothing that matched what he was wearing or was similar. Um, because we know what he was wearing because he picked the girls up. I know. I don't know. That's what I said, Kiki. They were looking all around that area. I was surprised when we were reading the article. I'm like, weren't they looking around there? But see, like it's sometimes, especially in them woods, girl, that is like a needle in the haystack. And plus I think they were reading his writings or no, they were looking through his stuff. That's right. And they found out that he was, looking up Canada and things like that. And so I think he threw them off of his trail. I really do. And I think maybe he did just go out there and, end it all. Um, Elisa, Elisa says when the police claim they have done these thorough searches, they are being honest. Well, and I do think in that area it would be really, really tough. So in this case, because I did have a lot of faith in Mike Morrison, and or yeah, Mike Morrison. Thank you. Um, great, great job he also, or his group, or the police department had also found that other guy that was out loose in those woods. It's just so dense out there. Like, I just wonder if it was because, they just overlooked him somehow. But they said they were doing like the sonar, I mean, not sonar, excuse me, the heat signatures and all of that, the drones. Mm. Girl, that was me, Kiki. When they diagnosed me with PTSD back in 2011, girl, they were throwing everything. They were like, "Here you go." And I was like, "Uh-uh." That does not work for me. I cannot. Travis Decker, meow, they may have found him. They're thinking they found clothes that match what he was wearing, and also items that they're doing some testing on. Well, obviously, to the remains. Maybe they were after him and he ended things so they wouldn't get him. Well, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I wish they would have got him though, because yeah, I think Whitney deserved that. I'm very sorry that his side of the family is getting this little boy, and Crystal's mom completely obliterated Brooks in court. Right? Oh yeah, absolutely. We should watch that. We should watch that, Holly S. Yeah. Yeah, that's awful. I didn't know they were getting the little boy. Well, that's true, and I don't even know, I just think that they were given too much too. It was like, "Oh, this doesn't work, well, what about this? Or take less of this, take more of this, and take this and this," and then, mm-mm. It's just, like, too much, you know? Yeah, I'd like to see Kiki said I'd like to see that. Oh my goodness. Well, and then we covered earlier Lailani Simon. I can't even call her Leilani. She is asking for a new trial as well. And it's like, really? So let's see here. What did I want to show you guys here? I had something else with Travis Decker, I thought. Oh, I guess I posted that twice. Let's see. There was something I wanted to share with you guys. Sorry, and I thought I reposted it. Yeah, text it to yeah, text it to me, Holly. Yes, I'd like to see it. Yeah, I'd like to play it too. We should do a deep dive into that case. That would be a good comparison, especially talking about Chris's family. Police believe he unalived himself the same day, right? Okay, I didn't see that, Elisa P, but that was my guess. I only read that one article just right with you guys. I didn't even read it before I came up. Interesting. That's what I'm thinking. And see, at first, I was like, I wonder how much of a head start, he got. But if he just went ahead and, ended everything, then there you go. Yeah, because there was some sightings of him too. I remember that too, Kiki. Yeah. Mm. Yep, they were wrong. Yeah, because they were looking like, I think they were looking up north, or people were thinking that because he said he was going to go to Canada, and people were like, well, maybe he's just like throwing people off, and that was the case. It seems to me that he was throwing people off, and you know, let's see. Where was that one that I had posted? Sorry, guys. No, that's Joe Scott Morgan. Okay, apparently I did not repost that one. Okay, sorry, guys. Does okay, because here it is. Oh, I just found it. It was because I had posted Mob Cruise yesterday too. Okay, so it's 1 day ago. This is the one that I wanted to pull up. Okay, my bad. All right, just bear with me one more second, guys. Let me see. Okay, I just wanted to skip ahead just a little bit. Okay, here we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. I posted I posted both of Chris's lives because he's done lives 2 nights in a row, and I was like, didn't I post that one? And I was seeing the same one. So, all right, now this was from Chris at Mob Crew, and it's called. And I'm gonna share this video too because this is a link to this whole video because we're not gonna play the whole video here, just because it's a little bit longer too, and I uh obviously don't want to just play his entire video. But even though I mean I love what he does over there, Chris is great. Um, Lots of hard work here. But he's going over the FBI press release, right? And I wanted to go over a little bit with you guys from his perspective because I really enjoy his perspective, as well as Chris has been known to work on the lights video a lot, right? He's one of the people that really got it to click in my brain, when he presented the information on how, we have the 3 a.m. car, right? And this is a picture and a timestamp, right, from the neighborhood. So he was able to, bring in the video where, the car comes in, flips around, right, drives, back up Kellen and then parks around, tripping off the uh, lights. So does a great job. And then also brought the understanding that the reason why this photo looks so wacky, right, that they posted with this press release, saying that law enforcement disproved this. Well, they didn't. And then they put this wacky photo out where most people are going to say 2/23/24. Well, Sebastian didn't go missing then, just like I did. Right. And I'm like, what the heck is this? Well, this just proves further that somebody messed with the cameras, right? They messed with the cameras. And we kind of concluded that they're probably hacked, and that's just allegedly, in my opinion. I'm not an expert. We just did a little bit of research together. We've talked about it a couple of times. Hey, Lisa B, always good to see you. Lisa B always says, I'm going to say this one time. In my opinion, Decker intentionally injured himself and hid like an injured animal until he died, and his remains were found by animals and scattered, allegedly, in my opinion. Lisa B always, I think that you might be onto something because of the fact that he was said to have left his blood back on his vehicle, right? It was found on the tailgate or near the back of his vehicle on the tailgate. And, that was the blood that was left behind on the scene. So I bet you that, yeah, he probably did hurt himself there, right? And then just walked into the woods, very, very possible. Yeah, thank you so much. Because I agree that that makes sense. They're slacking, in my opinion. They are. They are. Yeah, she does want a new trial, Leilani does, and so does scumbag Adam Montgomery. Ugh, you know. Yes, mom's video last night was helpful in my opinion. I have to replay tonight's later. Yeah, he did a great job tonight too. He was playing some audio from Chris and Heather Cohen with Katie kind of in the background. Some spots you could hear her better than others, um, and that sort of thing. Holly S says, Lisa, very possible. I hope they can figure it out with an autopsy or something. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, and Bobby the neighbor also stated it. She did corroborate that information, in my opinion, as well. Yep, sure did. She sure did. All right, guys, I am going to go ahead and we'll start playing this from Mob Crew. Oh, did I not? I copied it, but did I paste it in the chat? There we go. Hi, how you doing? Okay, there we go. I was like, I think I came here and did that. Okay, here we go.
This up and read it because I do have the thing all planned out, but let me just get caught back up here. Yeah, that phone call you can definitely tell it's an old phone call because clearly it's Heather, who is hired by Seth, clearly trying to get details from, the Proudfoot side,
Okay, so this is where he's talking about the phone call, that he's playing tonight, that Justin had, right? And I played it on the show, but it was a live show. I didn't, save the audio that I had, kind of taken out over and enhanced and stuff like that. So unfortunately, I wasn't as helpful as I wanted to be. But that's what he's talking about too. No, no worries, Kiki. I appreciate you being here. I know, I know. I've been in a grieving loop too. I understand that, Lisa B. Always difficult with all of the evil we experience in true crime. I know, I know. And I even like went over to a more fun chat with Saturday night or excuse me, Sunday night because of that. Yeah, because it has been, and then even today I said I woke up on the wrong side of the broom today. Because I was just like over it. He does. He's such a sweetheart, C. Taylor, like seriously, and so smart. So, so smart, Oh, use a transcriber on the phone. Yeah, it's been one punch after another. It has. It really has been, C. Taylor. It has been. And, and then people like, oh, let's bring more hate into a hate situation. It's like, oh, no. Yeah, Kiki knows exactly. Yeah, we got to take a break. That's what I did. Well, then like Monday I had a headache and I was like, oh. So I was like, okay, rejuvenate a little bit. And got some sleep. That helps too, is to get some good sleep, even though it's hard, especially if there's like tons of stuff going on all the time, left and right. Here we go, so. But yes, I really value what Chris at the Mob does. I value his insight, excuse me, and also just he's been on the case for the whole time, as far as I can understand. I remember finding Chris when he was talking about the camera jammers, and I was also doing research on the camera jammers. So I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's so cool. like, how does he know all this stuff? That's where he caught my eye and my interest, because I was like, yeah, this is like way better than what I could explain. The camera jammers, like, it was like, man, I did all that research, but you're saying exactly like what the research was saying, but it's you're articulating yourself so much better than I could. Lisa P. Mom's amazing. I know. And so I'm just sitting there like looking at him like, really, dude, but I was so grateful because, he was just articulating it so well, explaining it. He has a really good way of doing that too, where he explains it where people can understand it, right? Like where you don't have to have like some sort of communications background, to get it and stuff like that. So um Kiki says, then Lady and me say we're going to take a break, and then we're on the phone the next day, like 3 times going down the rabbit hole, right? Or like sending each other, yeah, pictures and stuff like that. I know. And then I'm always like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, put all of these onto to my computer and transfer them over so I can put them into files. Oh yeah, like that's happened, yeah. But that it's good though, because we've actually been coming up with some good research, I think, Kiki. I mean, and it is about going down the rabbit holes, unfortunately. Hey, Deborah Bennett says, best news I've heard all month is they found Travis Decker. I mean, imagine that. Just when I was kind of thinking, I was thinking the other day, like, I wonder where that son of a bitch is. I'm like, come on, Mike Morrison. I know you got this. Um, because yeah, I really loved because I'd said it here before too on the show. I'm like, it only takes one mistake, like to get these people. And I was actually talking about Chris and Katie. But yeah, then he said it about Travis Decker. And so of course, I started talking smack, like, yeah, he's gonna get him. He's coming to get you, and everything. And so now they got him, right? Now they got him, I hope. I hope they do. And I hope Whitney can find some peace. And uh, I don't know. I just think she would make such a great advocate. I don't know about you guys, but I mean, she's a very smart, very intuitive lady. I think she would do great with that when she's ready, if she's ever ready. Hey, Sabrina Smith, good to see you. Down chat saw your foot sticking out of the bushes. Hey, I learned how to do the free gifted memberships the other day, and I pulled a bunch of people out of the bushes. It was amazing how that happened. No, I'm just kidding. I was so happy to figure out how to do it. Like I was like, this is great. I was like, they need to do that like every show. Give us like 2 to give away or something, because that's fun. Um, I'll have to do that more often too. I wonder, I don't know. I don't know if they just walked up on him or if there was a tip or what. I'm not sure. Um, yeah, I am not sure. I think they had been looking in the area, probably. And there may have been a tip, right now, there may be like hunters going out. That's my best guess too, Holly S, that like maybe somebody said, "Hey, we found these clothes out here." Or maybe there was a campsite, you know, possible campsite. So, oh, Elisa P says police went back to the area where the girls were found and started searching from there and found him less than a mile away. Okay, so they did an area search, a radius search, maybe around the area. Wow. I wonder if that was like, they were going 1 mile out and then they found him like that, Elisa. Very interesting. Hey, SI officer, good to see you. Yeah. Oh, yay, Kiki. Kiki, drop your channel, girl. That way, we can get up your subscribers. I always forget to tell you guys, like, because I never know who all has channels. I mean, obviously, I know Kiki has a channel, but um, just south of Leavenworth. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that is really something, right? Though I'm happy for them. I'm happy for that officer. I really am. Always great to see you too, SI officer. I know, yeah, I know. I'm the same way, Kiki. I never like to drop mine either. Like I'm always like, like even if I have a wrench, I'm like always, yeah. But uh alrighty then. So let's get into this with our friend Chris.
But if you haven't heard it, you can tell it's like pulling teeth, and they get super defensive. And then there's a couple of huge red flags that I definitely want to go over. So let me find this spot here. So of course it kind of goes over the timeline. Of course, I know a lot of people have gone over this. I just want to jump in the middle here to the part where they mention, now he's missing. Quote unquote, Sebastian did not take any clothes, shoes, money, food, or his cell phone, said Carter, which is Detective Carter. His cell phone and cash were both lying on the dining room table, but we've heard that the cell phone was on the kitchen island, so not sure if that's just misquote. It had been there the day before when he went to bed, according to Katie, that there was a small yellow flashlight, which again, we've only heard the small keychain flashlight. So now we have something that's got a little more detail to it, a yellow flashlight, which she thinks is missing. But the only thing that appeared to be gone, but that was the only thing that appeared to be gone from the home.
Yeah, guys, and this is the crazy thing. Does anybody in the chat, and I know there's only like 50 of us in here, or 51, with me, but like I personally I never remember ever hearing it was yellow until just now, like just recently when this was released. And then Nick Barris is like, a yellow flashlight. No, I never heard him say that. I've never, okay, 51 people. But for real, has anybody heard a yellow flashlight? Because I've never heard them say it was yellow. SI officer says I have. Do you know which interview that was in? Because I remember like on Duchess, Chris was like, oh, those little flashlights that you get from the vendor tables? And then people were like, yeah, okay. The vendor tables, right? It's like and then I started thinking about the little mini keychain flashlights, right? And so, but he never said yellow. So I'm like, what? No, nope, nobody except. Yeah, Sebastian was missing with the flashlight, they said, Magic Star. And one or two of them, see, okay, so like we were talking about that too. Like Chuchi was like, yeah, we got to get the interviews all. And like I have most of them, but there's one. I wonder if I can see if maybe hindsight has it. One Cluminati one that was in May of 2024. I reviewed the Sling Blade one, but I didn't review the other one he was on with her. So I wonder if I could get a hold of that, but yeah, I never heard them say a color. See, that was tripping me out. Lisa B, always you have an impeccable memory, girlfriend. I'm telling you what. Not yellow, right? Not yellow. Like I remember them saying it was one that he picked up at a festival, and I was like, he made he all of a sudden Chris Proudfoot goes from making Sebastian sound like he was like a little kid, that his mind hadn't caught up to his body yet, and then like to the next thing that my mind is going, like Sebastian's like this cool kid walking around festivals getting stuff from vendor tables. I don't know, it was weird, as if he was just like, oh, it's something he picked up on at a festival. I'm like, what was he like? It was just odd. It was very odd, and I'm like, what kind of a festival? And then Katie had mentioned that they go to like different, like festivals in town and stuff. And a lot of the pictures that Katie has shared, shows Sebastian out and about, like she said, like they would go bowling, they would do things, right? Um, so I was like, well, maybe it was then, but I never remember yellow. Because that's one little detail I wanted to scour through and say, all right, when did this ever happen? I know, Anne, I know. I'd have to look through and see. Sometimes I delete some pictures and stuff off of my phone because I'd have to go back through and look. Oh, I just got a little ring-a-ding on my phone here. No, I don't want to make an emergency call. My Lord. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Star. Do you have a date on this? The U.S. Sun, mom of missing teen Sebastian Rogers. This is an article, the U.S. Sun. Sebastian did not take any clothes, shoes, money, food, or his cell phone, Carter said. Oh, Carter said. Oh, I need a date on this one. Oh, girl. Only a small yellow flashlight appeared to be missing. The U.S. Sun. Let me look and see. The U.S. Sun. Mom of missing teen. And I bet you this is why, because I might not have read this article, obviously, huh? Okay, I found it, Star. Thank you. That's good. Good stuff here, because all right, now this is the U.S. Sun. I typically don't read this one because of what they did to my boy Johnny Depp. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing about that. That's just an excuse. All right, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and get this one pulled up. Thank you so much, because I literally was like, this is what drives me nuts, because I think oh, I've heard all of these interviews and they've never said that, but it seems like Carter spilled the beans to the Sun. And this was from, oh, let's see here. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Let's see. This appears, and I'm sorry if it's teeny tiny, guys. I'll read it for us here. Nope, this one. Okay, so this was September 8th, 2025, right? I didn't even know they did this. Freelance digital reporter Archie Kireshi. All right. There's our Sebastian. A chilling sound still lingers in the mind of a mother whose teenage son disappeared without a trace. It was a noise from his room the night before he went missing, and it remains the moment she cannot shake. Oh, wow. Bullpocky. He went to sleep at his mother's house in Tennessee only for her to wake up and find him gone. Credit the FBI.gov. Yikes. Oh, Lord help us all. Lord help us all. So it says the case unfolded in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where 14-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished on February 26, 2024. His mom, Katie Proudfoot, had spent the day with her only child shopping, playing video games at the bowling alley, and eating dinner at a local restaurant. They returned home that evening and got ready for bed, with Katie saying goodnight to Sebastian sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. Just before 10 p.m., she recalled hearing a loud bang from his room. She yelled out to ask him if he was okay, to which he responded that he was, Detective Carter of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said. Katie reminded him to go back to sleep because of school the next morning, and afterward she spoke on the phone with her husband, who was away in Southwest Tennessee for work before going to bed at midnight. Katie called her husband and told him she couldn't find Sebastian and that he wasn't in his room or anywhere in the house, Carter said. She drove around the neighborhood and to the middle school nearby, but there was no sign of her son. Her husband phoned authorities to report Sebastian missing, sparking a massive search. The disappearance baffled investigators from the start. Mom wakes up and he's just gone, said FBI Nashville Special Agent Robert Barrett. Ass clown. There's a question mark, and we've got to figure out what happened. Well, hop to it, would ya? Hop to it. All right, here's a timeline of Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. February 25th, 2024, the day before, Sebastian spends the day with mom Katie shopping, bowling alley, video games, dinner out. They return home and go to bed between 9 and 10 p.m. Just before 10 p.m., Katie hears a loud bang from his room. She asks if he's okay, and Sebastian replies yes. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? No, ma'am, is what she told Nancy Grace. She tells him to sleep. She tells him to go to sleep for school. At midnight, Katie finishes a 2-hour phone call with her husband and then goes to bed. Monday morning, February 26, 2024, Katie wakes to find Sebastian gone. She searches the neighborhood and the school and no sign. Husband calls 911 to report him missing. Early search, Sebastian's phone, cash, clothes, shoes, still not in the house. Only a small yellow flashlight believed to be missing. See, and this is out on September 8th, 2025. So, I mean, this is still, about the time that, the FBI, I think that is the day the FBI released the information. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't recall them saying a yellow flashlight before, before maybe September of this year. But this is a great article. Thank you so much, Star. I've not seen this one. So the first week there was 2,000 searchers covered a 44,000 acres around the home. Teams used drones, dogs, helicopters, ATVs, and drained ponds. FBI brings in the CARD team, right? Child abduction and behavioral analysis units. Video evidence cameras confirm no one entered or left the house that night. That's not true. Right here is a lie. Right? Because the flashlight video confirms, right? Now they go to rumors. This is terrible right here. This is bull. This is bull. All right. So we got cameras confirm no one entered the house or left the house that night. And then now we got rumors of flashlights proven to be a truck headlights on a hill. Green hoodie man at the restaurant identified, cleared by police. Oh, snap. They called it a man. They called the green hoodie a man in this one. Oh, Lord, help us all. Oh, gosh, I know. I know. It could have been said on that one, too, Lisa. That's what yeah, you're right. Well, and I know there's been some speculation about Carter just getting on the case, I only heard it was a keychain flashlight. Yeah. Yeah, they did add that in. Yeah. They brought a flashlight because they were told flashlights were seen in the common area that first day, in my opinion. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Oh, thank you. SI officer says it was never stated in the beginning interviews. It just happened to pop up within the last 5 months, the color yellow. Okay, the last 5 months. Was it when Crispy was doing his tour day YouTube and talking about little babies and their tiny parts? Because he's a nasty. Thank you, Star. Yeah, Anne, could you send it to my phone because I could probably just upload it on here. Yeah, the date was September 8th, 2025. Lisa B always. Because see, this is the first time like around that time that I heard. Sabrina says I just heard it was a keychain flashlight. It's not an emergency star, thank you. It just didn't work, period, anymore. Well, and that's another thing, Elisa P. Great point. It didn't work anymore. It was said to have not been working. Yeah, published. Yep. Yeah. Very recent. So only 10 days ago. Yeah. Yeah. Lady, is that why we need to go back and listen to everything? Or the lady, this is why we got to go back and listen to everything and make a spreadsheet. I agree, Chuchi. Oh my gosh. I agree. And I was thinking, if we put the dates and maybe the things that corroborate together, see, this is what I'm trying to think of how to put it together. Because we need to find similarities and matches, things that corroborate, you know? Yeah. And then Deborah says, I just remember the keychain flashlight didn't. So, and those little teeny tiny flashlights, um, they obviously like aren't going to illuminate a big area. Like I had said that they were giving those away one time at a vendor table from a mortgage company, and they were for the realtors to put on their keychains so we can like see at night or whatever, but it was not a long distance. Poor Johnny, right? No, the Strike and Spare video has not come out yet. Not come out yet, and I am waiting for it. Yeah. SI officer says, I'm so over the cover-ups. Everyone's saying the same nonsense. In my opinion, no one's speaking up, no one telling the truth, just waiting for something new to happen. I know, SI officer, I get it. Like, I totally feel that, because it is like even today, my blood was boiling listening to CP, you know? Again, I was just like, oh. Yeah, he did. He did describe the flashlight to Duchess 3/3/24. Yep. The first time they were up with her. They sure did. Well, they have proof they know what happened, so what are they waiting on? What game we playing in here? What game are we playing here, in my opinion? I know. I know. Yeah, I thought it was a 3-hour call with CP. He said that they got on the phone at like 9:38 or 9:36 or something like that. And then they stayed on the phone till about midnight. So I mean, 2.5 hours. So a contradiction wasn't 2 hours or 3 hours. Let's get that straight. I know. Yeah, right. And I mean, they don't get any of it straight, especially when they're going to say that the cameras confirm that no one left the house, because the flashlight video shows someone leaving the house with a flashlight and then walking back with the flashlight. Lots of information, is being publicized, in my opinion. Yeah. And it's very, unnerving. And especially when somebody looks at this picture and they're going to say, well, I thought he went missing on, February 26th, that morning, overnight, or February 25th, right? And people are going to say, what the heck is going on here? It's crazy. How is this a timeline with no times? Rob Beanie, good to see you. Good point. Good point. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Lisa B always says I would remember the color yellow because it's my favorite color. Yeah, Magic Star says, meow, I remember that being said originally to 3 hours. Yeah, because everyone was like, "Oh, 3-hour phone call, like, what were they doing?" Because, Chris was saying it's 3 hours, back and forth to Memphis, 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep. I could tell how disappointed Chris was. I am too. I'm just speechless. Yeah. Yeah, it is disappointing. It's super disappointing. Good point, Kiki. Yeah. Do we see how these articles sound like CP, KP, and their crew typed up and handed out? In my opinion, it does sound that way. Absolutely. Yeah. They're probably talking to old Fishy. SI officer says it just absolutely repulsive that people would allow people who hurt a child walk free and turn a blind eye, allegedly, in my opinion, when we have video proof. I know it is sickening and maddening, in my opinion. It's crazy. Thank you, Miss Ann. Seth said the wiring went bad in this little toy flashlight. Ah, okay. I see. Thank you, Elisa P. Yeah, we can't let the liars slide, that's for sure. We cannot. Oops, sorry, I meant to put that one up. Yeah, we can't let the liars slide. And that because that's what they want. They want the bad stories out? Yeah, the sun sucks anyway. If I truly had to guess, probably the last 3 months. Yeah. Okay, through the last 3 months. I'm gonna start looking back too, and if you guys find any, older interviews, what I need to do is kinda post up all the ones that I have probably. This is the problem when police do not speak to the public. I agree. I agree. Oh, I was so irritated with him. I was so irritated with him. Yeah, they're heading over there now. Yeah, they've sort of confirmed it, Social Butterfly. Thank you so much. Yeah, good to see you too. Um Nancy, it's pretty simple, right? Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys can solve this case, in my opinion, right? The Scooby Doo kids could definitely solve this. You know, it's totally unbelievable. It's totally, totally, totally unbelievable. What a big ass mess. Okay, guys, let me finish up with this from the Sun. FBI is offering the $50,000 reward for information. Sebastian would now be 16 years old. Detectives notes that Sebastian left behind all of his belongings. Sebastian did not take any clothes, shoes, money, food, or his cell phone, Carter said. Only a small yellow flashlight appeared to be missing. And here is yellow again. Search for Sebastian. This is all definitely regurgitated exactly from what we read, right? All right. So online theories debunked. Some online theories are also complicated the search. They did, really? Footage of two lights spotted on security video near Sebastian's yard was the first thought to show flashlights, but detectives later confirmed the glow came from truck headlights on a hill hundreds of yards away. Wow. And also, they call it a trash truck. Another clip raised suspicion about a man. About a man in a green hoodie. Oh boy, guys, here we go. Buckle up. Buckle up. Seen briefly speaking with Katie outside the restaurant the night before Sebastian vanished. Yeah, she was seen briefly speaking. She also hung out around the car for a couple of minutes too. That person was identified by employees as a regular customer and rules out as a suspect. Really? Because whenever I was watching Hindsight's video the other day, they kind of showed that lady didn't know where the hell she was going. So kind of odd for a regular to not know the restaurant that they regularly attend. Lisa B always says, do y'all recall BHB saying the marks on CP's arm look like scratches from Briars? Yeah, I do remember that. I do. You know? Yeah, it did look like teeth marks and fingernail marks also. No, I'm glad you pulled this up, Star, or sent it over, because I did not even read this one. I didn't know they were having, I didn't know that they were even covering this, the US Sun. That's a good thing, but also it's sad, because the general public is being misinformed. Despite dead ends, law enforcement urged people to share Sebastian's official missing poster instead of fueling rumors. Well, we've been sharing his poster always. Sebastian was 5'5". Was. Oh yeah, they had to have taken this from the FBI, because they spoke about Sebastian in past tense several times. Several times. It's gross. It's gross. Weighing around 110 to 115 pounds with brown hair and hazel eyes. He would now be 16 and still has medical needs that could prevent him from returning home safely on his own. The FBI is offering the $50,000 reward that leads to finding him, right? And then it gives the Sumner County Sheriff's Office direct number, so that way that, Sheriff Craddock can be rude to you and tell you that he's not going to talk to you if you're a YouTuber. Perfect. And then if you try to get a hold of Carter, you're probably going to get the big old-fashioned runaround, right? How come Brandon Carter's number isn't displayed prominently somewhere where people can get a hold of him directly for leads? I would like to say that. I would like to see that happen. If they're saying that he's the only detective on the case and that he's working on it, where you at, Carter? Where you at? Yeah, and they are playing people for a fool for sure, SI officer. It's not even funny. This is ridiculous. Everybody's being played for a fool. Right. No, that's good. I know. I mean, it's great, like, that people are still wanting to look into all of this, It's crazy, Kiki. I cannot believe it. What? You messaged him? Social Butterfly says, I messaged him. He told me the email had changed last night. What? Don't articles usually list their sources? Yeah, typically they do. This one was straight off that FBI playbook they sent out. See, this is why when I write that letter, I mean, I have it kind of written out, but when I finish it up, I really need to focus on this bullcrap FBI release, Hence all the phone numbers, right, Kiki? All those phone numbers. Oh, call this field office, call that one, call this one, Oh, Brandon Carter of Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Social Butterfly. Oh, Lord. And I'm not surprised, I agree with that, Deborah. I think that Sebastian is intelligent enough to find his way back home, and I think he knew how to get to his dad's house in Clarksville. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They should have said is, not was. I think we need to get a hold of Jay and give those writers some lessons from the teach, right? I know, exactly. I know. I know. And I did also text Jay about about helping us address the letters. But I'm sure she's really, really busy. Yeah, Lisa B always. I know. Yeah, I'm pretty darn sure Sebastian is not in the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Do a freaking search, Detective Carter. I know, exactly. Especially if they're still, listening to Chris and Katie. Too many emails and numbers. I agree, Kiki. And that's one thing people have been complaining about a lot, since Jump. Yeah. Teeth, fingernails, and dogs and cat marks too, in my opinion. SI officer. Yeah, apparently they changed the email, not letting the public know. It looks like they did just copy it, Robini. It really does. Because, like, if we go up and look, like, this all That's why I didn't read it, because it's like it says exactly what they, a 4.5 mile radius, 44,000 acres, like all of that is all the same exact, straight from what they wrote, right? Josh Savely, special agent in charge of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. We followed through on every tip that has come in. Tips flooded in, and most proved to be irrelevant. All of this is the same. All of it. BAU. BA bullshit. Yep. It doesn't say anything about Sebastian leaving his cash and his phone on the dining room table, because, that would be just too bizarre. Because it is.
I hereby dubbed the AI security certified.
That's not how it works.
We keep expanding, so we've expanded west,
Oh.
and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area, and we're bringing different teams in. Yesterday we had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts, and they do caves, and we keep expanding. So we've expanded west, and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area, and we're bringing different teams in. Yesterday we had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts, and they do.
Okay, this a loop. They took out the part where he talked about going to the family, right? Going over and hanging out with Chris and Katie, having some coffee, right? Telling them all the crap that they're probably supposed to be keeping close to the vest. Maybe I was right when people was saying it wrong, lady. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. We don't know. They've made it so convoluted. What number do you call and who do you get a hold of directly? What if you see him right there, right? I mean, 911, yes, always, but Chris is too good for 911. They don't care anything about finding Sebastian. I agree. I agree. And it's crazy. Thank you, Star. It's just crazy. This is a shell game. Yeah, you have to do the yeah, you do have to cite the sources on the college papers. Right, exactly, Rob Beatty. That was like my least favorite thing. I always liked writing. I hated citing sources. Always. I'm like, oh, we got to do it 100% right. That's why I was asking Jay for help with addressing the letters. I'm like, could you please help me with that? Teach like Town Jack Cafe said. I'm like, I need your expertise. This is terrible, but if Sebastian walked into the police station, would they even recognize him? I mean, Holly S., honestly, I don't know. That's a great question, No, Carter hasn't done jack all for anything. Same thing with Craddock. Wow, get paid to write and cut and paste article. In my opinion, no research, no investigative work or validation. I know. And also, let me pull that back up. I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to take it down. I think this is good to be said too about this. This is the person who wrote it, right? So it is a freelance digital reporter. So I bet you all they did was cut and paste and everything. You know what I mean? And then they were able to pass it off, right? They just transformed it a little bit. Starting to wonder if these numbers, tips, and such are going to the correct place. I know. Well, I agree with that too. We don't know. My Alexa could probably solve this, in my opinion. Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So they are saying that they did follow up on the random, and number one was arrested for that. Well, and the ransom. I don't think they did properly. Won't let me type ransom. No, I know what you meant, Robini. And they've done absolutely nothing over the repetitive threats to people, which would warrant arrests and action. I agree with that too, SI officer, and that has been going on from the very beginning. you know? Yeah, it did. They did say it. That's the first time I ever heard yellow was in the you know, FBI release, right? And I was like, yellow. And like Lisa B always says, I'm not, that's not my favorite color, but I know I would have remembered yellow. I just know I would have. Um, because they call it mellow yellow. No, but really, I just really would have remembered that. I know. And that's why I was like, did they say it, guys? Did they? Because I feel like a crazy woman sometimes. Hello, Joe. I just found out what a groiper is today. He says, I'm a groiper, just saying. Joe. Oh, Lord. What are we going to do with you? Oh, man. Joe makes the grand entrance, Andrea. Exactly. What are we going to do with Joe? We love you, Joe. You're here to make me laugh all the time. Oh, goodness sakes. Joe, did you ever hear about this yellow flashlight business? Because we have not. Although I need to find that. Now I need to find that clip, or if you guys get a screen grab of it, please, by all means, be like, lady, they did say it. But no, I swear I've never heard them say yellow until just now, right? Please tell me I'm right and I'm not going crazy. We love you for who you are, Joe Neal. Exactly, Lisa B. Always, 100%. Yes. Yellow, yes, I heard that. I wrote it in. And then I remember them saying that it didn't work, I remember that too. Let me look, Miss Ann. Did you send it to the messenger? Hold on, hon. I just don't want us to I don't want to share the screen and show. I gotta figure this out better. Okay, yes, you did. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me see. I got a plane crash thingy. Oh, Dulce Maria Alaves. Oh, okay. Oh, I see Ozzy. Let's see. No, I didn't get it, Miss Ann. I did not. I did not. You're too inquisitive, Joe. Oh my gosh. He says I got blocked for being too inquisitive. Oh Lord. Oh my gosh. Yellow flashlight, yellow jacket. Oh, don't even start that with me, Star. Don't even start that with me. You're gonna get in my head then. They were foreshadowing an event. No, I don't troll, he says. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. All right, so wow. I just can't believe all of this. It's so crazy to me. It really is. Like, it's it's beyond me. A lot of it is beyond me. Okay, so I hope I'm not stepping on Chris's toes here, but here we go. Let me see. I might just kind of skip over a little bit of this since we just kind of read it in the Sun article. I can't believe they just did that with that either.
Then it talks about all the agencies working on the team, and then how much they searched. Keep in mind, this is one of the biggest searches conducted in Tennessee for a missing child. They found zero evidence. And let me get to the part that I find really important. Obviously, the child abduction team was called in. I know people have touched on that. That's very important. Why would they bring the child abduction team in if there was just a missing person or a runaway? Let's see. Where's the part? Okay, here's one of them that I wanted to get to the main part. We have followed through on every tip that has come in, said Josh Savley, special agent in charge of criminal investigation, TBI. I did find this interesting quote, interesting. Some of those tips we continue to examine at a deeper level. So here we are, a year and a half, and I find that quote kind of interesting. Let me know you guys who can chat. Again, they say all the other tips have come in and been followed through with the results, but they do happen to mention that some of those tips we continue to examine at a deeper level.
All right, guys, I hate to break in again, but I just saw you guys talking in chat. You know, Lisa and Sarah actually got really mad one night, and I said, how would Chris like it if I took all of his underwear? And I immediately regretted what came out of my mouth without me thinking before I said it.
I don't have time for bullshit, so I use a no bullshit.
Okay. Oh,
I am
sorry.
Chef Sam Talbot. I've been cooking for 37 years. What the hell is it?
Okay. Okay, Miss Ann, I looked to see Tiny Whitey's. I looked to see it, and I did not get it. Did you send it to a text message? So, no legitimate investigation is run like this. I agree 100%. That's why we just went over, you know, that big long drawn out, you know, especially with Brittany, her boyfriend, you know, Russell, was a lot easier to get information out of and faster, but she prolonged it for like hours and hours, right? Played with the detectives, flirted with them, you know, with the polygraph examiner. Hey, Bubby, you know, the whole nine, right? Yep, sure did. But no, I definitely said that. I was like, I'm gonna take all his underwear and leave diapers behind, see how he likes it. And I was, ooh, never mind. That was probably not the best solution to that problem. You know, oh Lord, magic. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go, guys. Here's back to.
So maybe there is some hope, maybe, possibly. Oh, thank you, Sensei. Yeah. Right, Ty. Now, his phone, those that are not as familiar with this case, it didn't have, it was pretty locked down. Didn't allow him internet access on that phone, so he could only call. So he may not have been on that phone as much as other kids because it was heavily restricted. Even though he had some level of autism, he wasn't a dummy. He could play chess. He could play Dungeons and Dragons, which, I mean, if you can play Dungeons and Dragons, that's pretty impressive. Then let's see, where's the other one that I found very interesting? I think it's just below this. Okay, let's see, where is it? Okay. Wait, no. Okay. Understand desire. United. Sharing the tips. Where did I miss? There's one more. Called in. Where is one more? Wait, where did I miss it? Hold on. Lack of answers, misinformation. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I knew it was there. It's hidden right in the middle. Okay, let me read this because I find this very interesting for if this is just a missing persons case. Sebastian's disappearance has deeply affected our community, said Carter. We understand the desire for the community to want answers for us to explain every step of this investigation. And then this part. But we can't release all the case details without risking the integrity of the investigation. Again, very interesting choice of words. we can't release all the case details without risking the integrity of the investigation. What investigation? If this was just a plain runaway, why not release, video footage, the direction he possibly could have went, anything. But why would they feel the need to mention that they can't release all the details unless they believe there's something more to his disappearance than just a straight runaway?
Yes, and I agree with Chris here, but I also think that like if they're gonna debunk things, like for real debunk them, then they need to prove it, right? They need to show us some kind of proof, like show us the map that you're talking about. Um, show us how you've come to the conclusion that even though there's a whole tree line surrounding basically the entire neighborhood, that those are, headlights. And of course, they had to say they were up on a hill. Even if they're up on a hill, they're not going to go above the tree line, dipshits. Sorry, guys, but they're total dipshits.
We almost got 400 people in here. Thank you guys so much taking the time to tune in. If you can, hit that like button. Just getting started here.
100% Lisa B always.
Amelia says that's BS. They have nothing. I don't know about that.
I agree with
maybe it's
too. I
they
think
have
have
something,
more
but they
than
don't
nothing.
want to deal with it. But I disagree. I think they definitely have some stuff, but I don't know why they wouldn't be releasing it if it wasn't, unless there was something more, such as foul play involved or abduction, I guess, which is foul play. Excuse me, wrong tube. Leslie and Billy, good to see you. All right, so moving on to the rumor thing, because I had to address this again because there's a couple more other things that I found so offensive in this, this rumors that they wanted to debunk, and just how absurd this really is.
Okay,
I know
guys,
we touched on
really
this
the
before,
part I
but
wanted. I'm sorry, that was so rude of me. So this is the part I really wanted to focus in on. So I was just not sure exactly. I should have wrote the timestamp down exactly, but this part is really what I wanted to focus on with Chris because of his hard work and him studying the videos and everything like that. So this is the main attraction, folks.
How absurd this really is. I know we touched on this before, but obviously we covered this, and then of course we had that tragedy that happened here in Utah with Charlie Kirk. So we got, was focused on that. But reading this a little bit deeper, I wanted to kind of read it and then show some examples of how ludicrous this really is. And then it almost makes you wonder, is the FBI or whoever, are they lying to us, or are they kind of telling us in a way that like we do have something? I'll explain here in a minute. So here we got the two rumors, the main one being the flashlight theory. House down from the street from Sebastian's had security video footage from the night of his disappearance. The camera, angled in a direction that happened to be facing Sebastian's backyard, captured two small moving lights. So far, I agree 100% with all that. At first glance, the lights appeared to be right in Sebastian's yard. I don't know about in the yard. Suggesting someone was lurking with two flashlights in hand, which is funny. I think it's two flashlights in two different people's hands. A potential suspect given Sebastian's disappearance that same night. What a coincidence. However, when law enforcement further investigated the video, this one right here. However, when law enforcement further investigated the video, they disproved this theory. I'd like to know when and where they have disproved this. Can anybody answer that question? When they've actually disproved or debunked this. The only thing I could think they be referring to is when Nick Barris asks Yoo-Hoo about the lights video, and he responded, it may or may not, have evidentiary value. But that was it. Did they ever say, no, this is wrong and here's why it is? Other than, I guess, them saying that it was garbage truck lights, but I don't know. I guess that's maybe what they could be referring to. I don't know. To me, that's a little confusing. But this is where it gets really ridiculous, is the last two paragraphs / sentence, where we're really going to break this down. And then wait till we get to the phone call. That'll be the dessert. Biscuits and Gravy, a great YouTube name. I love it. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I guess, do you guys consider them just saying, oh, it's garbage truck lights, that's disproving the theory? I mean, it seems kind of weird. Yes, be in Florida. I'm so glad you brought that up. We will get to that. That's such a great comment.
And guys, I also want to point out that Nick Barris kept on saying that the lights video was a part of Sebastian Rogers' missing person file, and he's absolutely backtracked from that. And I can think of a few reasons why, so I just want to point that out too.
For sure. Yeah, why in the hell are they?
IXL is helping 15 million students succeed in math and language arts.
I mean, I even asked Jennifer Goffendaffer. She's like, man, I don't really ever see something like that being used. You see that used. Well, I'm going to get off sidetracked. We'll get to that. But, that's something they use definitely in crime scenes and or vehicle accidents, so they can do vehicle reconstruction. But let's read this last part. This is where it gets really ludicrous, and we're going to just break this all down. The dark sky and camera angle combined had distorted the security footage. That is quite the statement. The dark sky and camera angle combined had distorted the security footage. I find that such an odd statement. Distorted. It's such a weird word to use. Makes it sound like, the combination of a dark sky and camera angle created a black hole, and now light is bending in different ways, and things are appearing much closer when they're 300 yards away, or vice versa, or whatever. Such a weird statement right there. But it gets worse. When they examined the video in relation to the topography of the area, which that I don't even know why you needed to. Well, I mean, I'd understand why you would want to just examine the area on foot. I don't know why you're looking at the topography, but I kind of understand that in a sense. They found that the lights were actually coming from a pair of truck headlights flickering through the trees from a street atop a hill about 300 yards. And I'm going to show you how ludicrous that is because of this particular camera, along with so many other things. I know I've broken this down, but because this is where I'm wondering, did they almost put this ridiculous information to say, like, it's almost like, hey, there is something here, but we just need to put out this ridiculous thing, not to, because we just have to. I don't know. Law enforcement further investigated, to confirm that the flashlights were actually headlights. Interesting. Did they find the driver? I've never heard of before, allegedly a garbage truck driver. Never heard him mention anything being interviewed. They also created, and then of course the most egregious thing out of all of it, and then we'll play why it's so stupid. They also created an overlay of the security footage in daylight with the topography map. And then they emphasize in the daylight. They had to make sure you guys knew that in the daylight with the topography map in the daylight, it would have been clear that the lights were coming from the hill. This is so ludicrous on so many levels. So let's get into it. It drives me bananas. So let's just go back to debunking here this ludicrous stuff here. Okay, so I told you guys where I think they got this statement from. There was a creator early on who had spoken to Crispy, and now I don't think he played the actual phone call, but he just says, yeah, I spoke to him and he told me that it was up on this road. He says Honeysuckle Road, and it was a garbage truck, and that's where it was coming from. And then so he did this overlay, and then I remember I looked at it, I'm like, oh, okay, that kind of looks right. And then it's like, many months later, then kind of looking at it again, and I'm like, well, this isn't even the angle of the camera. Like, how do you, there's so many things wrong that you got here. It doesn't make sense. And then coincidentally, of course, the Honeysuckle Drive from the camera, about where that light is about 300 yards away. So, and here is me showing that on a Google Earth, where I just kind of took where the camera is approximately, and this ring is a 300-yard ring, and as you can see, that's the Honeysuckle Drive. But remember, it's much. Didn't get a chance, but I'm sure I could figure out. I have to look up some different maps, figure out the level from where the camera's at to where Honeysuckle Drive is at, like the foot difference, because it's definitely, I don't know, at least a home, whatever the height of a home is, and probably a little bit more. But yeah. But
I mean, Holly S. When I saw Chris bring this up, I was like, "Holy crap!" And yes, guys, Gray Pubes has entered the chat. Gray Pubes has entered the chat. All right, I'm gonna be nice. But yep.
Let's get into the ridiculousness. I mean, we've started, but yeah, that was one example. All right, so of course it was very interesting for them to actually release a screenshot of the real footage, which does give me hope, as we know that they actually have the original footage.
And also, guys, I just want to pop in and say, does anybody remember too when they had Sebastian on like the 10 most wanted list? And that was whenever they had come out with the newest flyer, and it was about 6 months in, I believe. And when you looked it up, it looked as if Sebastian was on like the 10 most wanted list. It was very strange. Hey, Mama, good to see you. And Brenda Calvert, good to see you. Yeah, creator paid by the foots. Exactly. Gray pubes all the way. All the way. See, Taylor. I try to be nice, but it doesn't work all the time. Yes, Honeysuckle Road. Yes, Holly S. And this is a recurring theme. Honeysuckle. I will never forget that. Never. So yeah. Yeah, it was oh gosh, it wasn't Sweetie Pilo. It was the other one. I do love Sweetie Pilo. She is such a sweetie pie, but let's see. crud. I can't believe I forgot her name. Yeah. Amber Alerts always tell the description of the car involved. Sebastian's don't. I know. I agree with that, Carla. I agree. You know? Infamous Truth Teller, good to see you, says, um, let's see. I'm just saying that he needs to do a little bit more research because Sebastian's dad said it himself that they said it was a garbage truck because they asked specifically uh, and explained. He said, "Yeah, it's just a garbage truck." Yeah, that's what they were telling them in the beginning. That's what they told everyone in the beginning, and they told Seth it was a trash truck too. You're right, infamous truth teller. Yeah, like they're purposely redirecting the focus. I agree. And you know, the bad part about that is that they're not telling the truth. And when they put stuff out, like again, just like in this right here, right? People are gonna be like, what is this from? Right? It just looks so fishy. The whole file is so sloppy. All of their evidence, so to speak, is sloppy at best, right? In my opinion. And we just spent, you know, days going over what a true investigation for a missing child looks like, done in a very orderly fashion, in my opinion, and making sure they didn't leave any stone unturned. That's not what they did here. They told us they weren't going to leave any stone unturned, and then they left all of them unturned. Right? They absolutely, excuse me, should have been talking to the parents and brought them in for questioning, simultaneously looking for Sebastian's, also gathering evidence from the house, all of it. They did not do that, in my opinion. I'm not saying they don't have any evidence. I'm saying they are saying they don't have any evidence. I don't believe that either, you know? Oh gosh, he got it so wrong, Deborah. And you know, he puts these vehicles right here in the street, like right here, you know, and his overlay. It is so horrible. That's why they won't show it. No, they're not flickering. No, absolutely not, SI officer. Those are not flickering trees, right? And you know, furthermore, I'll just go ahead. We'll take a look really quick just to kind of show you, and I know Chris is going to do this too, but if we look at the neighborhood, I'm just zooming in. Sorry, guys. Is this going to give me a map view? Okay, hold on. I want like the aerial view that we could actually see it, because I want to show you guys all the trees around of it. Maybe I'll just be patient and let Chris show you guys. But there's no way, even if they were on a hill, that those would go through. Thank you, Donna Serafina. Thank you, Holly S. That was like bothering the crap. Thank you, Lisa B. Always. It was really bothering me. Reverend Donna, Doctor. I call her Dr. Meow. Thank you. Reverend Donna Serafina. Thanks, guys. Oh my gosh, that was bugging me too. Yeah, they fed Seth a line of BS. I remember him being on Pascal saying that. It's almost like I could still picture him. I think he was like out by his truck or whatever. Like he had just come back from searching and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's a trash truck." He showed me. Brenda says, so Sumner County Sheriff's is pushing a narrative made by a YouTube creator paid by the stepfather of a missing boy who has spent more money to make them look innocent than actually finding his stepson. I mean, that really sums it up, Brenda. Well said. I mean, really, you know, she kept mentioning Honeysuckle and something about Honeysuckle Road. Hey, Linda Nunley, good to see you. Lolly was talking about some place I'm going to check out one day. Word for word Gray's video. I know, Holly S. Can you believe it? I mean, I was like so shocked. Well, I mean, whenever you had brought that up too, but I was like, oh my gosh, really? Like, I'm like, it seems like they did. And then when I said, I was like, oh shit, they did. They didn't topography nothing. He did, right? What a load of crap. Because of the thing that is that we're not entitled to know exactly what's going on in this case because they probably don't have any physical evidence. So it's just circumstantial case they have to make sure they have all of their ducks in a row. They even were to make any moves because then you could only try somebody one time for whatever you want to try them for in this case scenario. I agree with that, infamous truth teller. Thank you. No, you're absolutely correct. They only get one bite at the apple, so to speak, right? They can only try someone once, no double jeopardy. They have to make sure they have all their ducks in a row. I absolutely agree with that. I do. And I think in a high profile case like this, Chris and Katie could probably find a defense lawyer, you know, like that scum bum that was about to represent Emmanuel Haro's father. Nasty old Jake. Carla says they have never told Seth the truth or showed him anything, but Proudfoots have seen it all. Go figure, right? It's ridiculous. You know? Fishy fish sticks make sense. I think so. Yeah. He probably traded them some drone footage, you know, C. Taylor? Holly S., thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. DG has cars like the red one. Yeah, we've been looking at the cars, right, Kiki? Kiki and I have been looking at this car situation. We've been very interested. They can have a lot of stuff that they're not telling us, and I can tell you from experience when I followed the West Boy case, it took a year and a half almost before they even got enough circumstantial evidence to convict the two adopted parents because they had to gather enough circumstantial evidence because still to this day they haven't found those two bodies, which is sad. Aw, thanks, infamous truth teller. I agree with you 100% there. And I definitely do consider that, but I appreciate the reminder too, because it is important to note that. And I do think that, you know, some, you know, sleazeball would come along and, you know, if they don't have a good enough case made, and enough evidence gathered, yeah, we don't want them to get to get away with it. But that's the only way that they could have got to a conviction, and we all had to go radio silent so we didn't hinder justice for the boys. Yeah, thank you, infamous truth teller. I really appreciate that. That's so true. There's a certain level of things too that I kind of keep to myself as well in that that regard at times. So I completely understand that. Yeah. Yeah. Carla says, Kiki, they knew before they got to the Proudfoots home what was going on and what they were to do so the Proudfoots could walk away from this cover up from the first minute. Yeah. They should have blocked everything off. They shouldn't have let anybody in, you know? She mentions honeysuckle and the snaggletooth, Choochie. Very interesting. Yeah, I can see that. But I will say this, Deborah, a lot well, I don't know how many exactly, but there's been many cases that I know of that have been solved with psychics. With the help of psychics. I don't know how they do it. They do it, you know? That's why I think everybody has something to bring to the table, you know? Oh, sorry, Joe. I don't know how they feel about the certain words. And guys who has a tooth that stands out. Yeah, which one? Put a one in the chat if no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, definitely stands out. Kathy's chin is a big indication for her. Hey, Dawn Emery, good to see you. Pepe Le Pew's girlfriend. Oh my gosh, Pepe Le Pew's CP's girlfriend, KP, or love interest is black and white cat named Penelope Pussycat. Social butterfly, 100%. Oh my goodness, that little cat wanted to get away all the time. Here's the darn problem. Sumner County Sheriff's Office does not have their ducks in a row, so there will not be a conviction, in my opinion. I think they dropped the ball big time, Lisa B. They really could have had them if they would have taken Katie in for proper questioning like they did with Brittany Gosney, in my opinion. You know, because how they did it there was, Brittany went to the police station to report her son missing, right? And they immediately took her into a room for questioning, right? Just to question her, interview her. Once they realized she was full of shit, which can quickly be determined, in my opinion, if anybody talks to Katie that has half a brain cell, can see that she's being dishonest and her story's changing, etc. And they could have had her. They absolutely could have had her. We found a lot of cars. Kiki, a lot of cars. Better Call Saul. Cinderella, 100%. 100%. Yep, corruption, big time. Big time. Because that's what they're saying. That I want to know about Donna's video, but why are we talking about honeysuckle? Because that's what they're saying the lights came from, No, infamous truth teller, I appreciate your insight. No, you're not derailing the chat. You're right on topic. Yeah. I'm not coming in here to derail your chat. I just wanted to give some actual true information, and it's not just based off of what emotional feelings are and what if they didn't have anything to do with it. I think about all the stuff that's been going on and going around and all the ugliness. It's just sad because I can't imagine if they if that were me, man, I wouldn't be able to even want to show my face with all the public scrutiny. I understand that. I am a little bit different because I've been publicly scrutinized, and Sebastian's not my son. But I'll tell you what, I will never stop fighting for him. I don't care what they say about me. I don't care how much they drag me. I don't care if they say I'm a fraud, if they say I'm this, that, whatever they want to say about me. It really doesn't matter to me, because what matters to me is Sebastian being found, and Sebastian, his awareness being out there. So to me, if they want to, they can say whatever they want about me, because Sebastian deserves people advocating for him, and when Katie was the last person with him and she refuses to talk, right, then I have a problem with that. Nobody would have bashed them if she wouldn't have come out and said half of the horrible things she said about Sebastian and Chris too. He was bragging about putting hands on Sebastian, right? And that's not even his son. That angered a lot of people. And then, Seth had to hear about Sebastian having Stepfoot's hands on him on a podcast. He didn't even know that was going on with his son. He didn't condone that type of behavior or that discipline method with his son. And I wouldn't have been okay with it either. I would have been throwing hands myself. And I'm glad he didn't. I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying, what I might do. We just got to remember that we're not professionals, or we're not detectives, or we're not We know we don't technically how detective work transpires because we thought the California Police Department wasn't doing anything and they were actually doing a whole lot behind the scenes and we were shocked. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I will tell you, infamous truth teller, I have absolutely tried very hard to have faith in law enforcement, but a lot of this stuff is pointing in a very bad direction, you know? Joe thinks that Sebastian might be on a reservation. That's interesting, Joe. Sorry, I'm just Ah. I'm just Miss Ann, I did not get your text message. I don't know why it's not going through, hon. I just answered Kiki back. Good night, Lisa B. Always. Thank you for being here. Okay, guys, I am going to play this next part. I just call him Gray Pubes because that's one of his nicknames. Good morning, Nero V. I just had I just had some coffee too. Good morning. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and play this next part with Chris, and I'll break in
and not just, leaked footage or whatever. So that is good to see. Sad thing is it's not much of a difference from the original, from the leaked stuff.
I said, go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up.
But at the very least, they do have that footage, which is very important. So moving on here, let's see, what do I do here? Okay. Let's see. Should I address this first or continue on? Actually, we'll go back to that here in a minute. Most of you have seen the footage. If you haven't, here's just kind of a look at it. But the clips that were leaked out via a family member friend who took their cell phone and recorded the security footage, because at the time they allegedly didn't know how to take it off their device. So the stuff that got leaked to Nick Barris and on the internet was just some short videos which show not one but two subjects moving at two different times. So again, is there two vehicles? Because again, they don't address that at all, because the subjects almost move independently. Well, they do move independently, but they move almost at different times. It's rare that you actually see them moving at the same time.
Boom shakalaka. That's all I have to say.
And my theory on that is because, the whole Sebastian left with the flashlight. Out of all the things that he took, happened to be a flashlight, which of course now we know doesn't even work anyway. But I think that would have fit the narrative, like, oh, here's this flashlight video, and I think they wanted to move one at a time between the areas and not to be seen on the camera, but of course that failed. That is the overlook of where it was taken. This is Sebastian Rogers' home. I believe the lights were moving, came from the backyard. Coincidentally, that negates, is almost like they're trying to deceive or get around the camera that's facing the front of the home, which has night vision, and also the camera in the backyard facing from their neighbor's home facing their backyard. So just coincidence that the one direction that these suspicious lights are going is the one blind spot, at least for the two main cameras facing the home directly. And then it appears that these subjects kind of move one at a time almost. and then go behind what appears to be behind the home. And then we have one that appears to kind of sit around, which we've gone over, but I don't want to get too distracted.
Sign a few seconds.
So many times.
Okay, here we go. So, sorry guys, that I got a little distracted there. Just making sure chat's okay. All right. So back to the photo here, which I did do an enhancement because again, now we actually have a screenshot of the original footage, albeit just one screenshot. It does give us a little bit more to look at, as it appears that there's an object almost kind of behind it, but there could be two explanations. It could be light reflecting. I don't, with how dark it was, I doubt the flashlight. If it's like a flashlight, I don't think there'd be light reflecting on the person, right? Now, if it was like a cell phone, like you had out like this, you know, then the light would reflect in multiple directions. So there's also possibilities of that. Or it's part of the motion blur, which I think that is the more likely, although, you know, I'm sure a lot of people would like to enhance that and say, oh, look, that looks like somebody holding a flashlight. And you could kind of make that argument, but I don't think that, I think it would just be too dark to see anybody from that far away. Yeah, there's that scanner, which again is a Faro scanner, which you only see used in a, you know, like I said, in a crime scene or vehicle accident reconstruction. They use that a lot. So then I went to Grok to pull up some information about this camera and what it thought about it being able to see something from 300 yards away. And this was very interesting because it's about the camera itself and what it's designed for. And that's very, very important. And thanks to Fish Sticks, we actually have the make and model and everything. And we will go over that. So as you can see here, I gave it the photo, the new screenshot. I showed it where it was located and the angle. And then I obviously the picture from Fish Sticks where they took a photo of the alleged camera and its specs, because those specs are very important. And these, what it told me is very interesting. So here I zoom in here so we can read this a little bit better. And I promise you this is very fascinating. So let me. So it's pretty cool. You know, I just gave it a photo screenshot from the Google Street. I circled the camera and I said it's about 8 to 10 feet tall. And that's what I figured, you know, that's what I kind of theorized, 8 to 10 feet. I mean, I'm sure anybody could have guessed that because, you know, you're just kind of guessing, you know, because it's right next to the garage. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. It could just, you know, give us a pretty good estimate on how tall. And then what's important is obviously the angle of the camera, but the biggest one is the specs of the camera itself. So here it is a Reolink, similar to Chinese manufacturer, 1080p, and it's got the resolution 1920 1080p. Now the biggest one is the field of view, which is obviously very important, where it is, and then with the footage I gave it and the specs, it appears it's claiming that it looks like it's set to, or these ones can go around 100 degrees field of view. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but Fish Sticks was trying to give us an 80-degree field of view or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in here. So yeah, it is it's tough, guys, and I'll tell you when you're up here, and especially if you have a lot going on, like if you're reading the chat or you're trying to navigate through and present different. Uh, Here I go with the ums myself or us. And I do it, and I notice it if I listen back to myself, but you're looking here, you're looking over there, you're trying to present, and so a lot of times you will kind of get sidetracked, or if you're thinking of a thought or trying to be thoughtful with your presentation, that's another reason why you might say or but I will say that I called Fishy out for it because he was umming, but I do say myself, especially if I'm trying to be more thoughtful with the presentation, or if I'm trying to filter myself, because sometimes things just pop out of my mouth, and you know. That part, Neuro V, I believe was mis misspoke in the beginning, because Seth did say, no, I actually did have him the weekend before. So, hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting it, Miss Anne. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it, Miss Anne. Dang, that's weird. I get texts from you usually. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Seth was working that same weekend. Um, there was times where Sebastian came home from school and did really well by himself with Katie, and then there was times where, Seth had to go to work and he did fine by himself as well. He used his cell phone. He knew to answer the cell phone. He knew that when excuse me, Seth or Katie called, that he was to answer his cell phone, according to Seth, right? Um, Sebastian's very capable, very intelligent, in my opinion. And I think it was a huge disservice to make us think anything to the contrary. And that was Chris and Katie who did that. And then Seth would come out and say, "No, actually, my son does play." That was the first time that we had really heard Seth say that, and I believe that was perhaps on Bullhorn Betty. It may have been as early as Pascal, but he said no. Sebastian plays Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering, you know, and then we heard it again too. Yeah, see, and I'm just looking really quick, Miss Anna. That is so weird. Very, very weird. Seth said that if he had to go to work unexpectedly, he had his godmother keep out an eye on Sebastian, and he'd call and check in when he could. I remember that. Yeah, Robini, same here. KJ Max says multitasking requires a high level of processing. A few ums are going to happen. Thank you, especially for me. I always say I'm the worst multitasker on the planet, KJ Mac. Really, I am. Um, Yeah, you exactly. That's another thing, Robini, is that we do not like dead air. Like as a podcaster, you try whatever you can to like stall, especially if you're having like technical difficulties. One thing I will say about Chris too, it's a lot different. Like when I'm just talking with the avatar and stuff, because like I'm sitting here crisscross applesauce, or to go with our theme in the chat, Indian style, right? I know that's kind of, we can't really say that, but whichever, politically correct. And I'm a lot more relaxed and stuff when I'm on camera. I have my hair done and the makeup and everything, and I'm trying to make eye contact with you guys, and it's totally different. That's one thing I always hand it to like Chris and Justin. And when I get up here, I hand it to myself. Hey, why not? for, you know, presenting like face to face, I guess you can call it, or however you want to call it like that, because it is completely different, right? And you guys can see like every mistake that we make, or, you know, I mean, behind the scenes, like if I do something, I can be over here like, oh crap, like behind the scenes. But when you're actually presenting and you're showing, you know, yourself, it's a completely different ball game. Yes, Elisa P, exactly. At Katie's, Sebastian was home alone every school day after school, right? Because I think Katie, what, got off at like 4:30 or 5, and Sebastian got off around, you know, like what, 3:30. He's 15, for fuck's sake. Exactly. Elisa P, I agree. I just said that today. If you have a 15-year-old kid and then you have younger kids, that 15-year-old is fine to stay with the younger kids. Now I get, you know, Sebastian had challenges, but that doesn't mean he's not, you know, I mean, look, they have to get him ready to take care of himself in certain situations, right? And if he's capable of doing it, then don't hold him back, you know? Don't hold the child back. Um Yeah, but see, Miss Ann, I'm not getting any new text messages, girlfriend. I don't know what is going on. That is so weird. Will you send it to the Facebook Messenger and try that maybe? Yeah, me too. I said that too earlier, Lisa P. I used to babysit for my cousins when I was 12, you know? And my one cousin, he was just like a little newborn baby, and my other cousin I think was like 4 or 5. Mhm. I sure did. Yeah, kids who are 15 can stay home alone. I agree. Some places it's even earlier than that. And you know, like when we were kids, you know, a lot of us were latchkey kids, a lot of us, right? We would go home, we'd have our, you know, and that's probably why Sebastian had the code to the front door in order for him to get in that way. And that's usually the door that he went in and out of, according to Katie and Chris. Aw, thank you. Carlos says, lady, you do an excellent job. I never noticed you stumbling for words. Aw, thank you very much. I try really hard, Carla. But yeah, it's so true what Rob Beanie said. Thank you. You guys are so kind. And but really it is. It's so easy to say and I think I say you know a lot. And one time I was making fun of fish sticks for it, and I was like, oh gosh, I say you know too a lot. you know? So, see? But I mean you kind of, or I'll say right, you know, or something like that. So it's it is to fill dead air too. Yeah, Kiki says I was babysitting at 12. Yep. Yeah, 12 years old is a good time, right? Yeah. Make something to eat. Yeah. Know about stranger danger, and sure, you know, and they can remember a code or have a key. Yeah, he was capable of being alone. He even made himself food, etc. And that's what makes me think that they may have had cameras in the home for that reason too. You know, like Nina was alleging. Kiki says I probably say okay a lot. Well, and I don't even notice it until I go back and listen to myself. And then I'm like, oh boy. And I'm my biggest critic then, right? I'm like, oh, I said this, you know. Um, Carla says I was babysitting at 10. Yeah. And I mean, younger kids used to be given responsibilities a lot more than maybe we do nowadays, right? But there's a lot of technology that parents can use in order to make sure that the kids are okay, right? So, I mean, to me, I don't see any issues with it, especially if the kids, you know, like you said, know about the stranger danger, you know, and you're preparing them for it. Yeah, Fishy's going, you know, yeah, wasn't picking up on what was being put down. Chris Mob is excellent. I agree, C. Taylor. Yeah, he just works so hard at it too. Like everything that he does, you could tell he prepares for his show. You know, he does his hair, does his makeup. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't wear makeup, but I'm just saying, you know, his hair looks really nice. He's always clean cut, you know, wearing a nice shirt. He puts a lot of work and effort into his show. You can just tell. And guys, his intro is killer. Like, if you have never gone over and listened to his intros that he puts to Sebastian's videos, and he plays and Nothing Else Matters, right? But it's like a slowed down version, really beautiful. He is like, Chris puts his heart into what he's doing, and that's what sets him apart, in my opinion. Rob Beanie says, my mom was right there if I needed something just in case, but I never needed her. Thank goodness. Yeah. And well, that's the thing too. You have like a safety net, a support system is so important. KJ Max says, it seems to me that Sebastian was able to be home alone, or K-Foot wouldn't have let him be a latchkey kid that he was. I agree. I agree with that 100%. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, Carla says, I took care of a 2-year-old a block away from my home from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. One summer when I was 10. Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that we all kind of grew up with and we were used to. Nero V says, thanks, Lady F and Elisa. It was confusing. The 9th, I thought Seth had him that weekend after school meeting. So yeah, next weekend would have been that weekend. So Seth had Sebastian after Valentine's. Yeah. Yeah. And that was confusing. And I think it was because he was so upset too, and I don't fault people for getting like small details wrong or, things like that. And especially in the beginning, but it's just been so blatant with Chris and Katie. And they seem to follow the comments and the news and then change their narrative based on that, and even Yeda said that. Yeah. And since she let him come home from school on his own, he truly wasn't an eloper. I believe that statement was true. Well, and that's the thing, KJ Mac, that is such a good point, because Sebastian, if he wanted to really leave, he could have planned for Monday after school, right? And he would have taken stuff with him. Don Oswald says, I was a latchkey kid when I was 8 years old. Yeah. And I think an 8-year-old is capable of taking care of themselves as long as they're, responsible and things like that. You do have to gauge. And girls seem to be a little bit more responsible. I hope I don't upset the guys in chat. Because I don't mean anything bad about that. I'm just saying, sometimes boys can be, well, and sometimes girls can be mischievous as well. I could be mischievous myself. I never sound like SF. Thank you, Carla. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, the legal age to stay home alone is 12 where I live. Yeah, and it does differ, Elisa P. It does. Because you do want to be in within the law, because if you leave your kids at home alone too early or whatever, you could be in trouble. But hell, back in the day, they didn't have regulations like they do now. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, and I agree. Lady Freedom, no one will judge a creator for not being perfect if he or she does right by the victim and the parents. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And I'm sure Katie and Chris don't, approve of my show, but in the same way, I don't approve of Chris. That's terrible. And I know I throw him under the bus mostly. So I'll accept that. Yeah, exactly, Rob Beanie. Like, we're so used to that, and it's like he only had to take care of himself. So, well, there was a time, Nero V, where they did go to the Texas Roadhouse and there was a scene there, KJ, because every word is a lie, so we can't think fast enough, right? Or so, because he can't think fast enough, right? The first time I heard fish sticks, my brain hurt. What is AM, ABM, AM, AB? Yeah, our childhoods were totally unsupervised by tech. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, and I remember my mom being like, "Okay, you could ride your bike a couple blocks to your friend's house, but when you get there, call me," like right on the landline. I'm calling my mom on the landline. I made it over here. Okay, come home for dinner. We always knew to come home for dinner. A lot of people will be like, "Yeah, we had to come home when the street lights came on," things like that. Because we didn't, or you had to watch. All I have to say is I always believe KP and CP did this. They may never be charged, but my opinion is this. The only question for me is what what this is. Well, I know, and my biggest question, I almost think that I have it somewhat figured out. Although I will say the 30-minute time frame that it took Katie to get from the Texas Roadhouse to their residence on Stafford Court, I think is double the time it should usually take. And then I also want to highlight Kiki's if she's still in the chat too, but I mean either way, her research on the fact that you can change the Life 360. You can change and manipulate that data so it's not reliable in my opinion, and especially if that's all they're going off of. Brenda Calvert says Fishstick spends more time creating chaos and attacking YouTube creators than he does actually looking for Sebastian. So that's what he was paid to do, not investigate his disappearance. I agree with that 100%. I've been targeted by him. He told everybody I never earned my real estate license. What a butt. Hey, Kiki. Good night. I will see you later. I will text you, girl. When I saw what I typed, it fell over. Oh no. Did I miss it? Oh gosh. Yeah. Elisa says, I still want to know what was meant by the dispatcher on the supposed dispatch call SF put out when the dispatcher said Sebastian was supposed to be home by midnight. Was that just wording? Just worded wrong. Did the dispatcher mean KP said she last saw him at midnight? I think so. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, and I think you're right. Good night, Carla. Yeah, I always thought it was said that last in the home before midnight. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. But she changed that part too. You're welcome, Kiki. Good work. I mean, and then also with there being other camera angles and all over. I mean, there's a lot to it. Yeah, good point. Elisa P says Life 360 on a phone doesn't mean nothing if your phone is not with you. It's not tracking you where you even are. Right. Yeah, it sounded like midnight, but not, yeah, not what was said. I mean, I think incompetence is, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the thing. That's it too. Thank you for because I didn't finish my thought, KJ Mac. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And they want us to think they don't have the ability to plant their phone wherever they want it to ping. Right. And they're not showing us the pings either. Right. I want to see her phone pinging. I want to see them do research, not just let them hand in their Life 360 app that they manipulated. You know? What a crock of crap. So, ugh. All right, guys, we'll go back to Chris really quick here.
So keep that in mind. That's a pretty big field of view. Again, it's a wide angle camera. Now, this is where you trade off. Either have, a camera that's got a wide field of view, which is going to capture a lot of stuff. Obviously,
Ooh, guys, I want to go ahead and just rewind this just a little bit. Now, this is super important. This was one part that I found to be so interesting in this live stream because Chris is going to explain now the field of views. And this is always another aspect of the cameras and everything that Chris is so good at explaining. in order for people to understand it. So again, I'm just going to kind of quick rewind it back just a little bit and let him, let the master show you how to get it done, Steve Fisher.
So here it is a real link, similar to Chinese manufacturer, 1080p, and it's got the resolution 1920 1080p. Now the biggest one is the field of view, which is obviously very important, where it is, and then with the footage I gave it and the specs, it appears it's claiming that it looks like it's set to, or these ones can go around 100 degrees field of view. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but Fish Sticks was trying to give us an 80-degree field of view or something like that. Yeah. So keep that in mind. That's a pretty big field of view. Again, it's a wide angle camera. Now, this is where you trade off. Either have, a camera that's got a wide field of view, which is going to capture a lot of stuff, obviously, peripheral wise, or you can have a more narrow camera, which is more going to be designed for depth of field, if that makes sense, to see things much further. So take Tyler Robinson when he's running across the rooftop. For those who've seen that footage, it's pretty grainy, although we can see him and he's climbing down and everything. That camera itself is actually a 360 camera. It just wasn't very far away, but because it was a 360 camera, it's a wide, obviously 360, it's set for the wide field. Whereas if it was more of just like a bullet camera, something that's more direct, obviously the pixelation and everything would be much better. We would be able to zoom in much better on, referring to the Tyler Robinson case. If that was just a camera directed at towards the rooftop or parking lot, we would probably be able to zoom in and see a lot more details, if that makes sense. And then another example, if you're kind of confused on why it's such a big deal, let me just show you a fisheye lens versus normal. Let's see if I can get a perfect. Oh, this is such a perfect example. Oh gosh. Let me save this.
At Wayfair, we bring style to every get-together. Oh, they brought wings.
You mean these wingback chairs?
Go right there. That's a Sebastian Rogers. Okay, let me just pull this up real quick. This is a perfect example.
Yes, Carla, Adventures with Purpose. Absolutely.
So we have a standard 18 millimeter, right? More focused, still great camera. Then notice the fisheye lens. Notice how, kind of distorts the view a bit. Notice how we can see things. I could probably zoom in, a lot better and see some better details. I can see a bench out here. Whereas this, I could still kind of make it out that it's a bench, right? But it's not as, it's not as clear. I'm not saying this one's, perfect, but notice the difference. And that's just kind of just a broad example, right? I'm not an expert in, cameras, just have a little experience, but that's just kind of the basic, concept of them.
Okay, guys, I just want to go back just slightly.
I could still kind of make it out that it's a bench, right? But it's not as, it's not as clear. I'm not saying that this one's, perfect, but notice the difference. And that's just kind of just a broad.
Okay, so I just wanted to pop in here. Also, if you take a look at both of these pictures, You can see the fisheye view is bringing in even some of the sunlight. Oh, that's not helpful when I'm not doing it there. Okay, so see the sunlight here. You're not going to catch that here. So it is giving a little bit more perception, right? Because it's dipped down here. And so it's bringing in more of the peripheral view of the camera lens, right? But this is more of just a straight on view, right? So you're getting more of a view here, but it's distorting images rather than the straight on view. So I just kind of wanted to throw that in there also with Chris's expertise.
Example, right? I'm not an expert in, cameras, just have a little experience, but that's just kind of the basic, concept of them.
He's being modest in my opinion.
So then I asked it, with all its specs, and let me go forward here just a bit. Oops. Okay. So again, it can detect from what I gave it that it's about a 20 to 30 degree angle, right? Obviously, the camera is not pointed straight like those geniuses that were trying to recreate it, and pointing the camera straight, almost due west. This camera is literally 20 to 30 degrees down. Why? Because the cameras. What was that camera put there for? To watch their vehicles, right? Why in the hell do they want to know what's going on in their neighbor's yard and have the camera pointed, beyond, and have like half their driveway cut off, right? They had that camera up at an angle looking down at their driveway because if somebody, of course, because he has this boat, that's what it was put there for. So I asked Grok. Now, again, you can, with asking AI, chat GPT, say that 10 times fast. You can obviously influence some of the outcome of your answers. I have learned that. So I try to feed it, non-biased stuff, just basic, like, here's the specs. What can you tell me? Do you think you could, with this camera, would it be able to see, and where it's pointed, would it be able to see something from 300 yards away? And what would it show up when it's at nighttime? So here's what it says, which I found interesting because it was like, holy hell. Could the circled light, one second. So I just took, obviously, the photo. Let me just pull this up so we have it. So I just pulled up this photo, obviously. Work with me here. And said, hey, with the camera specs and the angle and this photo here, could that light have been 900 feet away or 300 yards? And it said, no, it is highly unlikely. The camera specs, angle, and neighborhood layout cap efficiently visibility about, it says 150 to 200 feet max. Maybe it's being and that makes about sense because we averaged the light to be about 150 feet away, approximately, the light that's moving somewhere around in there. And I think it's also counting that, obviously this camera's angled down, but it basically goes on to say in a nutshell that because with the wide angle and everything, and the other factors, obviously the homes and everything, that a light like that would likely not show up. And if anything, it would be a tiny 1 pixel is what it was. I think it tells me in here, which, right here, 1 to 2 pixels with no trouble visible. Then I also went further, which gets very interesting. And then there's more to this. And again, Grok gets things wrong all the time. So keep this, as always, do your own research. I am not, I'm not afraid for people to peer review my work. That is how science works. You work on a theory, you provide, you work on a problem, whatever, you provide a theory and you peer review it, so on and so forth. And either, people agree or they debunk, and that's how things work.
This is so true too, right here. What Chris is saying, I really can't agree more with what he's saying. You can't be afraid for people to look into things and to review your research, and then also, put their own 2 cents in, or what their findings are. That's how we figure things out, right? So it should never be a matter of becoming, oh, what's a good word for it? Defensive, or agitated, or what have you, when people are reviewing or asking questions, or even saying that they believe in a different theory, or this is why I don't believe your theory. In my opinion, I would welcome that all the time, right? Instead of somebody coming in and just saying, well, you're stupid, I don't agree with you, but when they actually review and show you, it makes a lot of sense. And it does. It helps a lot in terms of getting down to the bottom of things. And you never know. There may have been something that you missed and someone else picked up on, right? Sometimes the rabbit hole is a rabbit hole and you're going down it. And, you might have a little bit of tunnel vision because of it. And somebody might take a fresh set of eyes and say, oh, no, look, this is it. Okay, you missed this part or whatever. It's valuable if you're really trying to get to the answer, right? And not just trying to push a narrative. So very well said by Chris. Also, KJ Max says what he's okay with peer review. What do you mean? Can challenge mob ideas and say he can improve? Say it isn't so. He need to take notes, fishy. Exactly, KJ Mac. Tony Fire says, in my opinion, only some nasty girls fight, or something like a bad rug OD and they pushed her in the lake. Oh, yes, with Kylie. Yes, Tony Fire. Yeah, something it just isn't right there. And I appreciate your opinion. Yeah, because I mean, that's never set well with me either. Kylie Rodney's case.
So I also put in screenshots, and I'll show you here in a minute, of point A to point B and the time, right? If that makes sense. And it just happened to notice that the way the light was moving from that distance, it was moving at about walking speed. Now, it's very important because remember, we're supposedly told that this is a vehicle moving. Now, it doesn't say a vehicle can't slow down. I'm sure a trash truck's not moving at 50 miles per hour. I'm sure it's probably going very slow because it's picking up the trash. So I do keep that in mind. But, still, I'm sure it's moving faster than 3 miles per hour, give or take. And then we'll get into the really just ridiculous stuff, right? Let's see.
At KPMG, our approach to managed services is focused on strategic outcomes and informed by broad functional.
Okay, so now let's break this even more down, right? So we have a camera, right? Now let's just say in theory that it's facing west. Now really it's facing, in my opinion, and this will be debated, it's facing north by northwest. Or northwest, I guess about there. But let's just say in theory it's, more or less west. Okay, so here, this photo that I have, this is obviously taking from Google Earth. It's not tilted in any way. This is due north, right? Straight up, so due north. west to the left, east to the right, south below us. As you can see, Honeysuckle Drive is north to south, right? Can you upload a daytime pic of the camera and the nighttime truck pic and ask her what degree the camera is angled? I'd be in Florida. Yeah, I've got the angle of the camera, if that's all you're asking. Yeah, it's somewhere between 20 to 30 degrees. I don't know if I could maybe get it, somewhere in between that, like exact. But yeah, so I think I just answered that.
Oh my gosh, and this is so good right here, guys. This is another really great visual. We reviewed Mob a couple days ago when he had the radius drawn out, right? But this is a perfect view, and I just kind of wanted to pop in. Look at the trees. This is Sebastian. Oh, sorry, I need to do it on the right page. This is Sebastian's house, right? This is Stafford Court. This is Honeysuckle right here. Oops, sorry, that's kind of a bad. Okay, there we go. Honeysuckle right here, right? And then this is where the car was supposedly parked, right? The 3 a.m. car. Now, look at all of the trees on this side of the road where they're saying Honeysuckle and that there was some kind of a hill, right? And I get that on the map, you're not going to be able to see the hills as pronounced, right? But look at this. There's no way that light, I hate this word, but is going to penetrate through this tree line here. Okay. That's a crock of crap. They would have been better off saying that the car was on Kellen, but they can't do that because they know they have too much footage from here. Those lying little hussies.
Hey, Chris, I'm just giving them all the benefit of the doubt, and that's fine. Can you tell me if the footage we're looking at shows the entire area of the camera captures? Yes. The screenshot, and I can tell you the reason why. So, yes, there's nothing missing in this. And I can tell you why for multiple reasons. In the leaked footage, because the person's recording the camera, and they're kind of bouncing around a little bit, you see the edges, right? You actually see, you don't see the top. The only part I think really we don't see the most of is the top, but we see the right and the bottom, right? But we know the timestamps are almost obviously at the right, the top left. They're always, either top left or bottom right. I mean, usually in the corner somewhere. And we know that they're usually pretty much, there's not much left at the border. That is a great question, Rob C. But again, and if I get time, I'll show you, when the camera, you can see when they're recording, they're actually looking at a NVR, which is kind of like a DVR. And, I've done videos on that too, showing like how they could tell, even though the timestamp was stuck and the date's wrong, that they knew what time this was approximately, because they just went and looked at when the garbage truck was coming by, and then they just went back a couple hours to when the lights were moving and be like, oh, well, that was 2 hours from 5 a.m. when the trash truck came, so this is around 3 a.m. Okay, back to my experiment. Okay, I hope you guys are ready for this. All right, critical thinking, right? So let's just say, in theory, what they're saying is right. So let's yeah. Use our brains. Okay. So here is us looking west. Now, obviously the camera is facing more due, in my opinion, north by northwest, but we could say west by northwest. Right, either way, but we're looking west. Now, what I got circled is that road. That's how high it is. It is literally these rooftop where you can see where the roof is, where it comes down. That's about the average part of where that road. The Honeysuckle does dip a little bit, if we go up in there. But at this part, where the camera would be kind of, I wouldn't say looking at, but the direction of the camera. Remember, it's pointed down. So again, when you're looking down, you can't see, like, and you put your hand like this, like a camera, you can't see anything above that. I still don't know how to get these people try to bypass that. So anyway, but let's just say in theory, we could see Honeysuckle Drive, right? Let's just say this camera wasn't at a 20 to 30 degree downward angle and was looking straight ahead, west, right? So let me know in chat what you guys see. I tried to blow it up here on the bottom left here for those that might be on the cell phone. But what direction, just the general direction, what from starting one direction, what is it going? And I guess this might be like a trick question, but it's going left to right. Am I wrong? I know it's going down at an angle. Now, obviously, I haven't corrected it to where it's obviously, because again, this camera is on a driveway that's on an angle. So really everything needs to be tilted to the left 20, I forget the degrees. That might be too much, but it obviously, because obviously the vehicles are not parked upward, right? Clearly they're just, it's because of the angle of the camera and the driveway, and it's creating this odd angle.
Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in there. So I think it's really important to consider all of this. And then also, I know what you mean, KJ Mac, like up in the Alps. Like the thing is that I don't believe that the elevation is high enough for that to transpire. I mean, you might see a little bit of a flicker, but then also we can definitely make out, and Nick Bear circled them. We're about to see it. The two light sources are circled, and I get what you're saying, like that you would see them flickering, but they don't flicker. They're pretty solid at certain points. Sometimes you'll see the flicker, but there's definitely solid points in there. And hey, Faye, good to see you. I meant to say hi to you earlier. Oh gosh, I would probably get blocked too, Joe, because I wouldn't be able to not slam fishy. All right, here we go, guys.
But right, in a nutshell, the lights that we see are moving left to right, correct? Thank you, Michelle. Right, in a nutshell. I know they're going angle, but again, like I said, for the most part, they're moving left to right. Just make it straightforward and simple, right? Okay. So if they are moving left to right.
Poshmark is the perfect side hustle. It got me through school, a new job, and getting into my first apartment.
That means that this is going south to north, right? Because this Honeysuckle Road doesn't go west to east. It doesn't go northwest to southeast, vice versa. This is basically north and south as you can get. Well, I mean, there's a little bit of curve, but it's north to south. So if we're looking west and our light is moving left to right, that means, according to them, it's the vehicle's moving south to north. So with that said, how in the ever-living hell do we see the headlights at all at any given second if this is going left to right, which would mean it's going south to north? How? And
I love that. How in the ever living hell? Yeah, I'm sorry. We just got to hear that one more time, guys.
And our light is moving left to right. That means, according to them, it's the vehicle's moving south to north. So with that said, how in the ever living hell Do we see the headlights at all at any given second if this is going left to right, which would mean it's going south to north?
Sloppy.
How in the hell does that work?
This is even sloppier than the trash truck, guys.
Right? I mean, that's just breaking it down to the basic core principles, right? Because the truck's either going north or it's going south. And if it was going south, we would see it going, the light should be going right to left towards the camera up here, going down, and that would make sense as to possibly seeing the headlights. But if it's going left to right, that means it's going south to north, right? Again, I mean, I know most of us know that this is ridiculous, but I just wanted to point this out because it's just, there's no way. How? Make that make sense.
It never will make sense. It just never will.
Chris, that makes sense. Yeah.
My ass.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out another way to kind of like, put this into like layman's terms, but try a different experiment that I haven't tried another argument, right? As to headlights, because this is the most ridiculous thing. Because they're clearly moving left to right. And yeah. And really, they're moving away from the camera as well, which negates what we're seeing here, where it looks like it's moving towards the camera. It's just complete ass backwards because the light is appearing to move towards us. And that's the other huge important thing is, obviously, if this light was moving away, we wouldn't see it because obviously there'd be something blocking it. So before we get to the phone call, here's the other. I mean, there's so many issues. Oh, let me just pull up the statement. Then the other big one is they also created an overlay of the security footage in daylight with the topography map in the daylight. They have to quote that twice, which is funny. So let's remember they as in law enforcement. So again, I don't think it's the FBI. I think this is they referring to they as in TBI, Sumner County. Also created an overlay of the security footage in the daylight with the topography map in the daylight. Now, here's the question, and I've already introduced this before, but why in God's green earth would you do this when you have... All right, let me find it. When you have the daytime footage, why in God's green earth, when you have daytime and nighttime of the footage, right? This is where I think they're kind of saying like, hopefully they're kind of like, people will catch on and say like, yeah, this is effing ridiculous, because why would you need to overlay a topography map when you should have the daytime footage either later that day or the day prior? Or, we know they have days of footage before and after, I believe, from that camera. So, it'd be like this, like, hey, there's the nighttime footage. Oh, I wonder where we're looking. Oh, well, let me just do this. Oh, I can see we're looking at Killen Lane. We're kind of looking west by northwest. Oh, I know where that's at. That was easy. How hard was that? But no, they literally had the nerve to say that law enforcement, took the security footage and said, let's waste your tax dollar money by go pulling up Google Earth and, giving us a best guess on where these lights are moving from. Come on. This is the most egregious statement ever. Am I wrong? It should read, they looked at the daytime footage and noticed this is not looking towards the Sebastian Rogers or the Proudfoot's home. You guys are idiots. Well, minus the idiots, right? But that's all they. And then, it'd be even better if they just took a daytime photo. They wouldn't even need to show like an overlay. They just said, like, here's a daytime photo, 3 hours later. And that's where you're looking. And that's it. Boom, done. It would shut everybody, certainly, I mean, it would shut me up, but I would certainly, move on. But I know it's clearly this is evidence, right? Because why not just release this, right?
I agree. And I think a lot of people feel that exact same way, exactly what Chris just said. And then also, it would alleviate all of this nonsense of them putting this out, this middle of the night photo, but they're trying to pass it off, so they have to, make up some crap. And instead of just putting it out there and showing it the way that they're describing it, Oh, okay. Daniel Robinson. I think I have heard of Daniel Robinson. Joe. Yeah, exactly. KJ Max says, I can't move past them ignoring that the headlights of the truck separate transformer lights, a super high-tech truck. Yeah, exactly, right? Optimus Prime was in the neighborhood that night and he took Sebastian somewhere. Oh my Lord, help us all, please. It's like a total shit show. Yeah. Seth Samantha moved the case to the FBI. Yeah. Yeah. It's too bad that they haven't. Gomer Pyle police work, Brenda. Cash Patel. I'm mad, Joe. I'm mad at him. Yeah. Yeah. He's about to get another letter. That's all I gotta say. He's about to get another letter. I think he was at some Grand Inquisition. I forget what they were doing, but I did see him on TV. Faye says, we must reach the head of the FBI as we can see the corruption is everywhere, in my opinion. Yeah, Faye, that's who the head of the FBI is Cash Patel. And then you got the assistant, which is Dan Bongino. So, yeah. But, just really well said by Mob Crew. If they have it, why don't they just show it?
It's absolutely ridiculous that they would put this in here. Almost to the point that I wonder if they put this in here to say, like, hey, we think this is, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in chat. But, like, why put this in here? It's so stupid. It infuriates me. Oh, thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys can hit that like button. It's always good to keep this case out there in the forefront. And I've got more as well. Oh yeah, I hope Dude Phyllis is doing good, Ty. New chemo's working. That's great. A very sweet lady. Just reading chat here for a minute. But we got more. We've got the phone call here, which I wish I could clean up, but there's a couple of things that I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I need to get this phone call. And then so once you guys hear this, and you know where I could maybe get it, I could probably even text Justin. But if anybody knows where I could just get it off YouTube where it's just by itself, that would be amazing as well. I still want to do a separate live on the green hoodie because obviously I think, in my opinion, the green hoodie is back in play.
Ooh, the green hoodie is back in play, and I would love to know what Chris thinks about the green hoodie. And then again, guys, I think this is where somebody says, well, Lady Freedom played that audio, and then I was trying to find it, and I was like, wait, I played which one? And then I thought it was the other one. So, oh my gosh, here comes a whole mess. But I think we're almost to the end of where Chris was explaining everything. And I mean, it completely makes sense. I'm so glad that he showed that tree line. I'm also glad that he showed the slight hill, right? It's not like a big hill or anything like that. So just kind of wanted to put that out there. But I think he's almost done. I would love to know his thoughts on the green hoodie.
My opinion, especially after what At Night put out. Very, very interesting. Yes. Oh, the other last thing before we also move on. Okay, so here's the other thing, right? You know, as they're trying to debunk this, right? So let's not forget, right? During that time, right, that this was going on, let's just play this. There's multiple things going on, right? So here's a video. Of course, I'm slowing it down because it's very important. Okay, for those that are kind of newer, maybe like Ty, maybe hasn't seen this all. This is the security footage. Now, this is just leaked security footage. We only have a few frames of it, or a few, like, less than a minute on this one. Notice something gets triggered. It's a motion light sensor. Okay. Meanwhile, we just before that, actually, sorry, I probably should have backed that up just a little bit more. My apologies. Okay. So before this. Oh, that's right. Okay. The Nick Barris happened first. That's what it was. So before this video, this one here is the Nick Barris part where we see basically subject one's already moved across, and what we're going to see is really subject two moving, right? So you already have one subject moving across. Keep that in mind. That's very huge, right? You just had a subject move across, right? Wait, let me back this up. Keep in mind, let's see. Yeah, I'll just leave it. Okay. So we already had one subject move across. Now they're kind of disappeared. Now remember, nothing, no motion light. Now, as we play video number 1, which now is going to start to show subject 2. The light kicks on. Nothing going on right here. So not only do you have a mysterious light, two lights separately moving at different times, you now have a motion light go off.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
Something nearby just set this motion sensor off, which again is likely the car with the headlights turned off. We just can't see it. Then, while the motion light has now since deactivated, oh wait, is this? Okay, sorry. So motion light gets sensor activated. All right, I'm just trying to find the spot. Give my argument here. Of course, we've gone over that. I just want to. Okay. Then, shortly, a few minutes later, after that motion light has been activated, guess what? It's off again, which means that vehicle waited till the motion light turned off. I know I've gone over this, but I'm going to make a point here in just a second. Now, we're going to get the vehicle that turns out, and of course, notice we've got the Scout standing there, and bam, we've got a car that turns on its lights. Of course, no coincidence that it does that right after the motion light sensor has now been turned back off. So you have not one, but two lights moving, which we'll just combine into one event, even though that's basically two events right there. We have a motion sensor that is activated that could either be separate or another just strange, a strange coincidence, or is it all connected? And then 3, we have a vehicle who mysteriously clearly had their headlights turned off in a street that has no headlight or street lights, which could clearly cause a nasty accident if a car, of course it's 3 a.m. in the morning, but if a car was just, because it's right on the intersection here, if a car was coming up Kellen, and that car had its lights off and it goes to turn on to Stafford, and this car is just sitting in the middle of the road because it's not it's wide enough that two cars can go by side, but it's a pretty narrow road. Car could easily turn and slam into this vehicle, or if you believe fish sticks, where the garbage truck allegedly comes right after this footage ends. Well, what about this car? Like how come the garbage truck didn't mention this strange vehicle? So you have lights moving, something that sets off the motion sensor, and you have an unknown vehicle acting super suspicious, along with how the lights are acting and a motion light. Come on, you've got 3 things. Yet they don't address any of that in here, right? Because of course they can't. Right? How are
Yeah, and Carla, I couldn't agree more. Really, I don't think the FBI has ever had a chance to examine the flashlight footage because, let's be honest, Sumner County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction. So they're just simply assisting. So, I mean, really, any information that they're given would be from Eric Craddock or Detective Carter or whoever else they have handling the case at Sumner County Sheriff's Office, right? So I don't even know that they have looked at the flashlight video. Yeah. KJ Max says, that's a good question, Carla. Who reviewed and worked with the original footage? Exactly which agency and what methods did they apply? Great questions. Really great questions, because when it comes to the original footage that's not taken from a cell phone, I would imagine that would be a lot clearer and they would be able to work with that a lot more easily than a video taken from, a video of a video, right, so to speak. And then they're able to kind of zoom in and zoom out. I don't know. I don't know if they have actually been able to put that through any of the resources they have or technologies that they have at the FBI. I just believe it. Any FBI seen this footage and they would question why no mention of a car in the Amber Alert. Why are they not acting? Yeah, I don't understand it either. Especially because there's actually like this is a still of the footage from Kellen, from the house on Kellen, where the car drives up and then down the street. Up the street and then back down again and then turns onto Stafford, right? Which then ultimately tripped off the lights, the motion sensor lights. So it's just crazy. Well, and I agree there, Joe. There's no benefit to the billionaires in investing into the Sebastian Rogers case. Right, and it's terrible. It really is. It's terrible to think that the kids don't matter. And I mean, this I think is a lot easier than people are making it out to be. It's almost like they're making it too complicated, but I also understand that they need to build a good enough case against these clowns because they do have money and they do have privilege and they do have a military background, and we do have a lot of disgusting, defense attorneys out there. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know how they do it, but everyone is entitled to representation. Aw, thank you, NeuroV, for being here always. I really appreciate you too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll never give up. I mean, the thing is that it's just so sickening to me. It's so sickening to me. I mean, it's so obvious. It's not even funny. I mean, his mother doesn't want us at Pigfest handing out flyers, right? So we're all getting together to go down there and wear t-shirts, right? I mean, does anybody else see how sick that is? You know? Because it is. It's really sick, and it's sad that Seth has to feel like he's alone. I hope he knows he's not. But, in wanting the awareness, he doesn't just go on with his life and go to, all of these events that they go to. I don't know how Katie can do that. I mean, it seems like, that was her life before when Sebastian was, being taken to these big events that they throw for Christmas for Kids. It's a big event where the country music stars let you tour their tour buses, right? And Sebastian's so cute. And you could tell he had a ball, and Katie looks like she's, a nice mom and everything. Oh, haha. But it's really just bullcrap. But yeah, this is Katie's circle of friends, guys. We found that out thanks to Blue Eyed Jules, Lolly, TJ. They were kind enough to come over and let us know about it. And, if I had gathered more information too, I should have probably just had Blue Eyed Jules come up and chat really quick with us. But I was kind of taken off guard with it, and I had heard about a little bit, and I just didn't know, what had all transpired. But yeah, she doesn't want anybody reminding, her rich friends at the pig fest that her son's still missing, and then she's over there stuffing her face. She doesn't want her rich friends to be reminded or even know about it. God only knows if they even know. They take his flyers down around town. They always have. This isn't something that's new. And it's absolutely sad that Sebastian's out there missing somewhere, and she doesn't want it brought to her friends. It's ridiculous. There should have been no issue at all with having people spreading awareness about Sebastian being missing. The only people that don't want that are the people that don't want him to be found, or the people that already know where he is. In my opinion. Yeah, it is true, C. Taylor. Absolutely. It is so true. And I understand. I'm sure, that they're doing the best that they can, hopefully. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, but I mean, ugh. Yeah, only the trash can footage was mentioned by Katie Proudfoot, right? Yeah. How do they get away with that? Well, and they won't show that footage, and it's too grainy to tell. I mean, that's what Seth says, that's his son even, you know? But then Katie said in the phone call that we listened to on Mob Crew tonight, that was Heather Cohen and Chris, basically, and then Katie was in the background or on speakerphone, which I don't understand why she wasn't on the phone with Heather. Chris was not there. Or was he? He certainly doesn't have an alibi. We heard his loudmouth boss this morning. If you guys didn't get a chance to watch that one earlier, we did a throwback Thursday. I mean, it's ridiculous. And that guy was talking about hiding Chris out and stuff like that. And telling that to the private eye. And nothing was done about it by law enforcement. And then they don't want Sebastian anything mentioned about him. They don't want him at Pigfest, guys. Why not? Because last time I checked, that is the cutest smile in the world. Look at his smile. Look how happy he is, guys. They don't want him to be brought home. Right? That's the last time he was seen. It was at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Katie doesn't want her rich friends to know. Well, that's too bad. Because she's about to get a rude awakening. Who's which idiot, Joe? We've been talking about a lot of idiots tonight, so no, I'm just kidding. I'm confused on which one you're referring to. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Faye. We have a neighbor that didn't turn their footage in allegedly, and they had really great cameras. So it'd been really nice if they would have turned their footage in. Oh, and Chris is always so all of them have been great and so forthcoming. Bullshit. Not the one that matters. Faye says, guys, in my opinion, these neighbors' footages, even without clearing them, prove KP took her son to a vehicle and returned back home. I agree, Faye. Very well said. Like, it's so simple, just like that, but perfectly said. Right? The neighbor's footage in the neighborhood, it just proves that someone was obviously in the neighborhood that night. The flashlights come from the house and then one goes back to the house, right? And that's the key. Katie's the key. Just like the late great and I don't even know if he is a true crime. I don't even remember what he actually does, but Peter Hyatt, just a very intuitive, smart guy. He talked about when Chris and Katie both have blamed the victim, who is Sebastian, and I hate to call him that. I hate to think of him like that. But he is in this situation because he's missing. And because we know that he was abused by Chris. And Katie either allowed for it or she participated in it. And that was all well and fine. You know? And then she has her dumb friends who aren't good at it. They're not even good at hiding it. She turns this picture over right here, and you can tell where they've tried to cover something up on the back of Sebastian's neck. Horrible. But there he is, still smiling. And you know what's even more sick? They're still laughing. They are still laughing. Right? And Sebastian's out there somewhere. So just, I mean, but it's so easy. Hey, Pickle Me Elmo. I agree. People are covering up the Epstein files, Joe, because you know what? If there'd be a lot of people in big trouble. Yeah. And a lot of people that talk about that case will even get their videos taken down and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure Deception Detective talks about how he got videos taken down. And last time I checked, he is very thorough and more of like educational than most creators out there, including myself. You know, I cuss like a sailor up here. Well, you know, Carla, I did think about perhaps playing some of the nasty things that Chris has said and Katie has said on a loudspeaker out front. Not to give anybody any ideas, but then I thought about it and I was like, you know, I don't want to incite any anger. I just want to go there peacefully and wear the shirts and make a statement that way. I think that will make people even more uncomfortable, and especially if I just kind of smile at them and I'm just my little cheery, bubbly self. Yeah, I think I'll make them feel a lot more uncomfortable, kill them with kindness, you know? I think they're gonna feel mighty uncomfortable at that, you know? Because at the end of the day, they all know. This is the saddest part. They all know, but they don't want it in their face. With the flyers. The flyers scare them. They take them down around town. Bobby the neighbor even said, "I don't want to see those." Ugh, what an eyesore for the neighborhood, right? I mean, you know, I'll tell you, when I was doing research in the beginning, when I first started my channel, and I was looking up the first missing people flyers, it brought me to the milk cartons. It brought me to the kids that were on the milk cartons. And there was this article, and the writer was obviously biased against missing posters. He's like, they're depressing, people don't want to see them, especially at an event, you know, things like that. I mean, so in my opinion, some people don't appreciate that until it happens to them, probably, or until it hits too close to home. Thank God we have a true crime community that cares. Pickle Me Elmo says, I wouldn't put it past them to not let those who are wearing t-shirts with his picture enter. I would call every TV station and get them down there if they did that. More attention, right? Pickle Me Elmo, I mean, if you pay for your ticket, I don't see how they could deny entry just for that, especially when, gosh, I'm so sick of politicking lately, but it just keeps coming up. I'm just saying, you know, if they're as conservative in values as they say they are, Joe, please. Disclaimer, Joe. I am going to say this, you know, then they'll be okay with the free speech, right? And it's what we're wearing. I mean, it's not like, you know, I'm wearing my Johnny Cash shirt, flipping the bird. I'm wearing a t-shirt that says, you know, Sebastian on it, Sebastian's Army. Why are they so bothered by that, right? Why are they so bothered by the green team? I don't even know what that means. I know what Sebastian's army means. Joe says that's all Kallenstein banking. The files are about who hung out with who, where when, etc. Ooh. The island, right? That nasty, oh God, the plane. Bloop. Makes me want to throw up thinking about it. They can't. They can't. No, yeah, if we were that's my biggest thing, KJ Mac. I don't think they could stop us. I really don't. I don't think they would. I mean, I've been wrong about these people before. And by these people, I mean, the sheriff and, Mr. Snuggles struggles himself. But I wouldn't think that he would have a say-so over that part. If Andy Gilly says that we can't come into his pig fest without what, because we're wearing a shirt that we paid for a ticket for, that's not gonna, go over well, I'm sure. Especially like Pickle Me Elmo says, if the news finds out about it, which I'm sure they will. But I just pray they allow for that at least. I do. I really do. Carla says the whole world needs to wear these shirts, big bold picture and print. Someone important somewhere will wonder why. I think that's a good idea too, Carla. Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if local news stations didn't cover it. Maybe Channel 2, I don't know, maybe Channel 5. It will definitely create more attention. I mean, there's always two sides to the coin, right? I guess in that regard. Because if they disallow it, it's going to draw more attention. If they allow it, they're just going to have to feel uncomfortable for a little while. But if they make it public, that's on them. And it will really raise suspicions, in my opinion. Joe says if it's private property, they can kick you off for anything. True that. I don't know if I think it is public. I think it's a public place. And there's absolutely public easements. So my thought would be if they kicked me out of the festival and they took my like $17 to see the Oak Ridge Boys, I would, which I would never go see the Oak Ridge Boys. I'm way too much like of a rocker. I mean, I do like country music, don't get me wrong, but like it's not my first choice, right? So I'm just gonna put it out there. Not knocking the Oak Ridge Boys, they're just older than dirt. No offense. So just not my first choice. But if they took my $17, because they didn't want me to wear my shirt to the Oak Ridge Boys concert, then I would just find a public easement, bust out a bunch of poster boards with big signs of Sebastian on it, and stand out there like the pizza twirler people, with the sign twirlers, excuse me, in front of the pizza places. They can't stop that. And if there's enough of us that they won't allow in for that, then we'll just, build a human chain, right? Wherever there's a public sidewalk. They can't stop the gathering. If it's a private place, they can, but not on a public easement. So great point, Joe. Thank you. They can't really stop you from handing out the flyers. No. And if you go up to people and ask them really nice and show them Sebastian's picture, there's going to be like thousands of people at this event. Some of them aren't going to know about all this YouTube shit, and they're going to be like, "Oh, wow, thank you." Right? I mean, it's such a small we're such a small piece of YouTube. The true crime community is. Sometimes it's easy to get really absorbed into it, but at the end of the day, that's kind of what it is. But when we go out to a big event like this, we can absolutely raise a lot of awareness. And so that was really an awesome idea by Blue Eyed Jules to say, "Hey, do you mind if we set up a tent outside and just pass out flyers?" They should have said, "Absolutely." There should have been no reason to say no at all. Like, who does that? Do they tell Desiree Horman or Desiree Kyron Horman's mother that she can't hold a car wash for her missing son? Hell to the no. They're not going to do that. They'd be crazy to do that. They would be crazy to do that. They didn't want their name out, Carla. They didn't want their address out. And here's proof of it. Right here on the missing flyer. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court. That's not true. He was last seen at his home, 1008 Stafford Court. Right? But they don't want nobody to know that because then everybody thinks, well, who was he home with last? That's why they don't want us to start thinking. Heaven forbid we start thinking, right, guys? Because that's where we get in big trouble when we start thinking for ourselves. It's such a crock of crap. Faces, have you heard many cases that the searchers were getting threatened to stop looking? No, I haven't, Faye. I cannot think off the top of my head where something like that happened until I realized what Candace and Don were doing. That's the last time I could think of a time where that the case has gotten so dragged through the mud, right? Little Summer Wells. There's old Candace. She was just gone. She was just gone. Right? Thank God that At Night also has a reward out for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of whoever took Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers. It's a $500,000. Right? Because they were just gone, right? She just poof disappeared. Sick and unbelievable. And then the parents, yep, they troll the internet. They troll the internet like the crispy little shits they are. You know? Somebody today called Chrisley a low-class turd, and I died laughing, and I was like, "Oh, yeah." I was like, he is. He's a bum's turd." Right? Katie too. You know, and they go, "Oh, you're so mean to the parents." I don't care. I already went on a rant this morning about that. I don't care about the parents. I care about these damn kids are still out there missing. It's sick. And I care about these two grown assholes that troll the internet. I don't want to get Chris too excited, but you know, I could put up his picture with him over at the Cluminati's. Right? They're sorry mugs. This one kind of makes me laugh because Fish Boy looks looks like the bully he is. That's when he was being asked a question. He looks like a fucking ape, this one. "Oh, Sar Ops, you want some footage? Hey Nancy, how much footage could I give you to get on your show?" And not talk about Sebastian Rogers. Fuck. It's ridiculous. Thank you. Thanks, Robini. I will check my emails too, guys. I need to so get caught up on all of that. But I am gonna work on that letter too, because I really want to get it out. It's just, I really want to see that footage before I write it, before I finish it. Oh yeah. KJ Max says if it's private property, you simply step back into the right of way. By the time they try to stop them, it will be bad PR and call more attention. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm thinking too. That is such a good point by you guys, or you know, Pickle and Biombo brought it up in the chat. We've been talking about it. I mean, I think any way they look at it, there's going to be areas all around where there's people, right? So if we're standing on a sidewalk, even if it's like small groups of us that are like standing, you know, near each other and then down the street a little bit, that might even be better. With big poster boards, Sebastian Rogers is missing, and I'll put glitter all over them. I'll make it a friggin' pep rally. Are you kidding me? Make me feel like I'm back in high school again. Cheering for the team. Hallelujah. Lady Freedom, the guy with the huge cowboy hat with no, not a horse in sight. Oh my god. Yeah, he was being such, I mean, that's Chris. That's Chris, you know? I've not heard of many either like this either, Carly, because usually they're caught. Usually the ones that are super suspicious like this is what I'm saying too. And let me read your comment first. Carla says, how many missing kids' parents don't want their name released in the media? You can't find a missing child if you don't know who he is. Exactly. And my thing too, I'm like, okay, if I think back to when this all happened and I started watching the interviews with Chris, every interview that he did, especially when it came to Smiley Story's interview, I'm like, oh, this motherfucker's going down. He is going to be caught. The police are going to arrest him tomorrow. Right? And then you start tapping your foot and you're like, how come the police are not arresting him? What the hell is going on? You know, it's one of those things. On top of it too, where we have the parents of the missing child who don't want to go on any type of media or meet with anybody that can actually help. They want to go on the hate and the drama, self-proclaimed trauma channels. You got to go by the rules. Them's the rules. Yes. And I think KJ Mac, I think it'll be um something that'll well represent Sebastian, and I do think people will listen, and I do think there'll be so many people there that the people that don't want his awareness to be spread around, they're not going to I mean, that's their let's just put it this way. It's such a small group of people too that doesn't want Sebastian found. They are totally going to be outnumbered with people that don't even know what's going on. And then there's going to be a bunch of people wearing Sebastian's t-shirt. Yeah, they'd be silly to draw more attention than it's already going to draw. Because really, they'd be better to let us into the festival and walk around dispersed than us all gathering, in different areas and drawing attention, Linda Nunley says, Lady Freedom, just got a word that my friend has lost her dad. Oh, so, oh, we'll be in the bushes. I'm so sorry, Linda Nunley. Oh my goodness. Yeah, absolutely, girl. Oh, you don't have to stay in the bushes. I'm so sorry. Oh, we'll be saying prayers for your friend's dad and for your friend as well. It's all common sense, Faye. It's all common sense. I agree. KJ Max says no, they have to let you know it's a public event. So if you had flyers for something religious or anything, they would have to come say you're loitering or you're trespass, and then you just comply. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You pretty much have to comply. I mean, and also it's about drawing positive attention rather than negative attention. Because if they act like assholes, all the better, because they're going to be in the wrong. As long as we stay in the right, there you go. Well, it is so simple, isn't it, Faye? It is. It's just simple. It's so simple. Yeah, you could debate the cops on the sidewalk, that's for sure. You know? Yeah, the shirts are the best idea. I think so too. And the little purses and stuff. I mean, I know the guys can't wear the purses unless they want to. I mean, I'm not gonna hate for rocking a man bag, you know? Especially if Sebastian's on it, you get it. Pickle Me Elmo says KJ Mac, I think they have already proven that they can do anything they want to do. Yeah, I mean, I get that too, Pickle Me Elmo. I feel that because they are corrupt motherfuckers. They really are. And I understand because I've dealt with them. It's the good old boys. Yeah. I don't want I don't want anybody getting arrested now, Joe. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, and that's the thing. That's why you just comply. And you could walk away and be like, "You're a dick," and they can't say nothing to you or do anything to you. You know? And then you just like do what they tell you. Right? Do what they told you. Thank you, Carla. Bonjour, Seclusion Works. Good to see you. Good night, Miss Anne. Thank you for being here. I know they do. They are living their best life, Pickle Me Elmo. Shit. I don't see how they carry the burden, but they are. Like, they're fine with it. They're like, if I never get caught, it's all good. You know? Katie kind of reminds me of like Pam Hupp. If you guys have ever seen that movie, I think it's like a series on Netflix. But like this lady, she's like friggin' nasty ass honey badger. She doesn't give a shit as long as she gets away with the shit she does. Should go buy her a big old tall Slurpee and drink that down. She don't care. She doesn't care about nobody, and that's the thing that Katie has proven. She cares about covering in her own ass. But if you pay for your ticket, Joe, I don't know if they could deny entry. I mean, they probably can. Look, and I don't stay anywhere where I'm not wanted either, but I also know that there are ways to exercise our amendment rights to gather. And I know, Miss Anne, I know, and it is expensive in the shipping and stuff like that. I heard it comes really fast though. I know, and I've had to save up for mine too. And guys, don't feel bad if you can't, buy a shirt or something like that. It's more about the solidarity of doing it. And honestly, like before Seth put up the shirts and stuff, I was gonna pin his flyer to my hoodie or whatever I was wearing, like safety pin, like you would if you're like going into a marathon, running a marathon or whatever. Yeah, sure, why not? I was gonna wear it like that. you know? So, oh yeah. Seclusion works. I will definitely do it. What's your favorite soda, Seclusion works, and what kind of ice cream, what kind of pizza? You gotta tell us all the details. Thank you, KG Mac. That's a good point. When you buy a ticket, the ticket is a contract of a sale for a service or a good, and they must give you your service or food you purchased. Yeah. And I mean, I don't even like pork particularly, guys. It's not my favorite one. I'll just say that. You know, plus I don't know if I'm wearing Sebastian gear and they're that hateful about it, I might not eat there. I might not eat there. Okay? I mean, shoot. Wear a MAGA hat. Joe, you want me to wear a MAGA hat, but then what about Sebastian? I want to wear a Sebastian hat. Riot. No, I'm not gonna riot, Joe. Pigfest turns into a mosh pit. I definitely will. Seclusion works. Oh, Joe, you behave. Carly, that's why the t-shirts with CP and KP with Sebastian saying disappeared at the house and they don't want to talk about it. I mean, as much as I as much as I would love that. Oh. But no, I think the Sebastian Armies t-shirts are really, really nice, and I'm sure it's gonna be chilly out then, so the windbreaker or the hoodie also is gonna be an option too. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be there already, Michelle. The news probably covering the Pig Fest, I would think. So hopefully they interview Seth, and see how many people show up for it, that are honoring Sebastian that wanna, wear his t-shirt out. I hope some locals do wear his t-shirt. I'm really, begging for them to be bold and do that. I know it's bold. I know it's brazen. I understand fully what we're doing. That's the point. His mom's not gonna stick up for him. Gosh dang. I can't imagine my mom just ever doing this either. I can't imagine doing it. So that's my big reason why. That's my big why. You know? KJ Mac. I was like, I will just go. I'm just gonna go there and pin it on there because you can pin it on the front and the back. But I really like how those t-shirts and stuff came out. But yeah, if people can't afford it, just pin it on. And then if people want to wear it and take pictures, I'll make a video, guys. Definitely. You could send it to my email, put it in the subject line, t-shirt. Yeah. We can send that to the news outlets. They'll eat that shit up. Don't they like seeing stuff like that? Like that's another reason I don't understand. I'm so glad Star shout out to Star for sending over the Sun article because I didn't read that. And I was like, whoa, this is the FBI, made over. Just as long as it's pizza seclusion works. Oh, okay. That'll be easy for me. I like all kinds of different pizza too, and I like pineapple on pizza too sometimes. Any type of soda, any type of ice cream. I'm so sorry, seclusion. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Well, they need to maybe even give us a little bit of proof of that, but you would think they didn't give us any proof. That's another problem, you know? Yeah, they have QR codes on them, Robini. Exactly. And that tells you everything digitally that you need to know? Oh, no worries, Pickle Me Elmo. That's funny. I thought you were trying to type in roses to send roses to the chat. Robbie says it would show the car pulling in the garage, but not Sebastian unless she left the car on until he got out. Well, see, that's what people were saying, that he doesn't really like to hear the garage door. And so typically he would get out and then she would pull in and he would, walk in the garage. I just wish they would show us proof that he made it home. And I know they're like, oh, proof of life, ha ha ha. It's not funny. Honestly, I have a good sense of humor, but that shit's not funny. Yeah, Carla says, I think with Proudfoot's pictures and Sebastian saying they don't want to talk about it, it would possibly get someone's attention that has power to look at the case. Yeah, and that's what we really need, is somebody who cares that can make a difference, in the higher ups. But I'm hoping that people will realize what we're doing and think that it's a noble, good cause and not, piss on it. Because that's awfully friggin' rude. Seclusion Works. I typed a poster of Sebastian on my door. Taped a poster of Sebastian on my door. Aw, Seclusion Works. That's a great idea. Aw. Yes, Mob Crew does such a great job, guys, and he just totally debunked all of this crap here that the FBI put out. I think this is just the last bit of it, so I just want to show you guys this is last bit.
Are they going to explain this huge anomaly, right? Good luck. I would love for them to. But again, it's like, thank you, Chris, for continuing to fight for Sebastian. Thank you, Sassy. It's people like you and, of course, everybody in here just coming in and spending time. I know there's other big events going on, and I wanted to take a break from, all the tragedies that are going on in the world. I mean, of course, this is a tragedy as well. But, yeah. If I get a chance, girl mom, I will. I want to get to. I will. I wrote it down. Vote.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I will take a look. Lady Freedom has the phone call. Oh, is Lady Freedom in the chat, or is that? I'm sorry.
See, this is the phone call debauchery.
If someone could email me or know the link to the phone video, I mean, I have part of the phone call, but man, I would love to have it, like the kind of thing where not everybody's talking. Be great, but there's some interesting stuff that she talks about.
See, and I did mine in the live, and I think this is where we stopped off when Chris was talking about the anomalies in the photo and different things like that, where it will show, that the FBI's, well, I'm not even going to say the FBI, Sumner County Sheriff's Office is full of crap, right? And then the FBI was like, okay, well, we'll just take your word for it because it's your jurisdiction and there's nothing we can do about it anyway. Right? So, Seclusion, I'm glad you got a little bit of a rest though. That's good. Oh, Carla says it's like the little boy that married couple unalived and his mom just had a transplant surgery. Can't think of her name. They know the couple unalived him, confession, and still no arrest. Wow. No kidding. I didn't know about that one. Very interesting. Excuse me. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here. Excuse me. I didn't realize we were on here for 5 hours, but we went over a lot tonight. Excuse me, just chatting about Sebastian Rogers, and then also hopefully we'll find some more information out about the Travis Decker remains that authorities are saying they do think is Travis Decker, you know? She just had surgery. Oh, you're talking about Brandy Vaughn. Oh, okay, yes. I'm sorry. You're like, lady, you do know her. Okay, yes, yes. Well, you're right. Those 4 cretins. Yeah, absolutely. Now I know who you're talking about, Carla. Thank you. Yeah, Michael Monkey Vaughn. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I'm getting tired. You can tell. I'm like, yeah. No, I don't. Oh, yeah, I do know. Yeah. I wish and I hope and pray all the time for Monkey to be found all the time. All the time, all the time. I'm glad that Brandy's doing well now. And I heard the last I've heard KJ Mack is that she is doing well and recovery and stuff. But still no arrest, Carla. I know, and they still haven't found him. Um, it's just terrible. It's just terrible. Yeah, and they've played with the police several times. Stacey Wandra and the bunch, you know. So, yeah. All right, guys. Well, I will see you in the afternoon, and we will talk more true crime. It's Friday morning, so happy Friday, and I hope you have a great rest of your day until we meet again. But yeah, we'll do something fun for Friday, and maybe we'll look over a little bit of Leilani's crap. She's trying to get a new trial, maybe some updates on, and hopefully because so is Adam Montgomery, by the way, and hopefully we'll find out if that's Travis Decker or not. So, um good night, Carla. Thank you guys all for being here. KJ Mack, good night, good morning. Right? Here's to Fridays. I hope everybody has a great Friday. Seclusion works. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. Faye and Rob Beanie, Pickle Me Elmo. Let's see. Trying to see who's all chatting. Michelle. Good night, everybody. I will see you all in a little bit. Joe, if you're still in here. Yes, and Rob Beanie. Did I say Rob Beanie? Ann Reynolds. I think Ann Reynolds went to sleep too. All right, guys. You guys have a great day. And I did get Ann Reynolds' picture. Well, I will share it tomorrow afternoon too of the flashlight. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Have a great rest of your day, guys.